You're listening to the Mindful Chapters, a sanctuary for heartfelt stories and gentle growth. If this chapter resonates with you, please like, share, and subscribe to help our mindful community grow. Now, let's continue the journey together. The Soft Power of Sales. A Mindfulness Guide to Manifesting Business Success. By Lila, Hart. Introduction. The day my business broke me and how it saved me. I want you to picture something with me. It's a Tuesday afternoon in March. I'm sitting at my desk in my tiny office in Santa Fe, staring at a spreadsheet that feels like it's mocking me. The numbers are down. Again. My chest is tight. My breath is shallow. And I can feel this familiar panic starting to crawl up my spine, the kind that makes your hands go cold and your mind starts spinning through worst-case scenarios at lightning speed. What if this is it? What if I can't turn this around? What if I have to close the doors? I'd been running my practice for 3 years at that point. 3 years of pouring everything I had into building something meaningful, helping people heal, holding space, showing up with everything I had. And for a while it worked. Clients came. Referrals flowed. I felt like I was doing exactly what I was meant to do. But somewhere along the way, something shifted. The steady stream of new clients slowed to a trickle. People stopped returning my emails. My calendar, which used to fill itself almost effortlessly, started showing more white space than appointments. And the more I worried about it, the worse it got. So, I did what I thought I was supposed to do. I hustled harder. I posted more on social media. I sent more emails. I offered discounts. I said yes to everything, even the clients and projects that didn't feel aligned, because I was terrified of saying no to money. And you know what happened? I got even more exhausted. And the sales still didn't come. That Tuesday afternoon, sitting at my desk with my heart pounding and my mind racing, I had a moment of brutal clarity. I wasn't failing at business. I was failing at being present. Every single action I was taking, every post, every email, every desperate attempt to make something happen, was coming from a place of fear. I was so consumed with trying to control the outcome that I'd completely lost touch with the one thing that had made my business work in the first place. Me. Not the version of me that was performing and pushing and trying to prove something. The version of me that was grounded, present, connected, real. The version of me that people actually wanted to work with. I closed my laptop. I put my hand on my chest. And I just breathed. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't trying to fix anything. I wasn't strategizing or problem-solving or forcing. I was just there, with myself, feeling the fear in my body, the tightness in my solar plexus, the heaviness in my heart, and acknowledging it instead of running from it. I'm scared. I don't know if this is going to work. I feel like I'm failing. And then, quietly, underneath all of that fear, I heard something else. But I'm still here. And I'm okay. Right now, in this moment, I'm okay. Something in my nervous system softened. My breath deepened. The spiral I'd been caught in, the one that had been pulling me down for weeks, finally stopped. I didn't have a business breakthrough that day. I didn't suddenly figure out the perfect marketing strategy or land a dream client. But something more important happened. I remembered who I was. And 2 days later, I kid you not, a woman I'd never met before walked into my office. She'd been referred by someone I hadn't spoken to in over a year. She booked a 6-month package on the spot. The week after that, 3 more clients came through. All referrals. All out of nowhere. Nothing about my external strategy had changed. I hadn't posted anything new, hadn't sent a single promotional email. But everything about my internal frequency had shifted, and my business reflected it back to me. That was the moment I understood something that changed everything for me, and that I've watched change everything for the hundreds of business owners I've worked with since. Your business is not separate from you. It's not some external thing you have to chase down and wrestle into submission. It's a direct reflection of your internal state, your energy, your frequency, the story you're telling yourself about who you are and what you're worthy of receiving. When you're operating from fear, when you're clenched and controlling and convinced you have to force things to happen, you broadcast that frequency out into the world. And whether your clients can consciously name it or not, they feel it, and it repels them. But when you're grounded, when you're present, when you've done the inner work to release the panic and reconnect with the part of you that knows, deep down, that you're going to be okay, that frequency is magnetic. People feel it when they walk into your store. They sense it when they land on your website. They experience it in the tone of your voice on a sales call. And they move toward it, not because you convinced them, not because you hustled harder, but because you became someone it feels good to be around. Here's what this book is, and what it isn't. This is not a book about marketing tactics. I'm not going to teach you how to write better social media posts or optimize your sales funnel or hack the algorithm. There are 1,000 books out there that will teach you that, and some of them are great. But they're also missing the most important piece of the puzzle. This is a book about frequency, about learning to recognize when you're spiraling downward, when fear and scarcity and desperation have taken over, and knowing how to gently, compassionately bring yourself back to center. About understanding that your body is not just a vehicle for your brain. It's a walking antenna, constantly sending out signals about who you are and what you believe is possible for you. About discovering that the fastest way to change your external circumstances isn't to do more, but to become more. More grounded, more present, more aligned with the version of yourself that success already belongs to. I call this approach soft power. Not because it's passive or weak, God, no. But because it doesn't rely on force. It's the power of a tree growing through concrete. It doesn't bash its way through. It just keeps expanding steadily and inevitably until the concrete has no choice but to crack. That's what happens when you learn to work with your energy instead of against it. The resistance falls away. The force becomes unnecessary. And your business grows, not because you're hustling harder, but because you've finally stopped getting in your own way. Over the next 10 chapters, I'm going to walk you through the exact process I used to pull myself out of that spiral, and that I've since taught to hundreds of business owners who are stuck in the same place. We're going to talk about the neuroscience of stress and why your body can't tell the difference between a real threat and a scary bank balance. We're going to explore the emotional guidance scale, a simple framework that will help you understand exactly where you are energetically and how to gently climb your way back up when you've dropped into fear. And most importantly, I'm going to give you a 4-phase frequency reset that you can use anytime you feel yourself starting to spiral. 1. CIT, move from your head to your body so you can actually identify where the fear is living. 2. Stop IT, ground yourself and interrupt the panic spiral before it takes over completely. 3. Expand IT. Fill your own cup first so you're not trying to pour from empty. 4. Radiate IT. Send out the frequency of the business owner you're becoming and watch your reality shift to match. These aren't abstract concepts. They're practical, embodied practices that take 10 minutes or less. Things you can do before you open your laptop in the morning. Things you can do in the bathroom stall before a client call. Things you can do when you're lying in bed, at 3 a.m. worrying about how you're going to make payroll. Because here's the truth, friend. You don't need another business strategy. You need to come home to yourself. And when you do, when you remember who you are underneath all the fear and the striving and the story that you're not enough, everything changes. Your clients feel it. Your team feels it. Your bank account reflects it. Not overnight. Not through some magical manifestation loophole. But steadily, undeniably, the way a river carves a canyon, one moment of presence at a time. So, here's my invitation to you. If you're tired of hustling, if you're exhausted from trying to control outcomes that feel increasingly out of your control, if you're ready to stop treating your business like a problem to solve and start treating it like a mirror that's showing you exactly where you need to heal,
come walk with me.
I promise, I'm not going to tell you to just think positive or pretend everything is fine when it's not. I'm going to meet you exactly where you are, in the fear, in the doubt, in the messy middle of building something you care about while wondering if it's ever going to work. And then, gently, I'm going to show you how to find your way back, not to some perfect, polished version of success, but to yourself. Because that's where the frequency of fortune has been hiding all along. Ready? Let's begin. Lila. Part 1. Understanding the frequency of fortune. Chapter 1. Why your energy is your business plan. What if I told you that your sales slump has nothing to do with your marketing strategy and everything to do with the energy you're broadcasting? I know. I can already feel some of you rolling your eyes. Energy? Really, Lila? I need to pay rent. I need actual clients. Can we talk about something practical? But here's the thing. This is practical. In fact, it might be the most practical thing we talk about in this entire book. Because you can have the best website, the most beautiful branding, the perfect elevator pitch, and if your energy is off, none of it will work. People will look right past you. They'll visit your site and bounce. They'll schedule a call and cancel. They'll say, "I'll think about it," and never come back. And you'll be left wondering what you're doing wrong. The answer? Nothing. And everything. Let me show you what I mean. The coffee shop experiment. A few years ago, I was traveling through Portland, and I did this completely unscientific but deeply illuminating experiment. There were 2 coffee shops on the same block, literally across the street from each other. Same neighborhood, same type of coffee, similar prices, similar aesthetic, that reclaimed wood and Edison bulb vibe that every hip coffee shop has now. I spent an hour in each one, just observing. The first shop was beautiful,
Clean.
well-designed. But the moment I walked in, something felt off. The barista greeted me, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. She seemed stressed, distracted, like she was going through the motions. The owner was in the corner, hunched over his laptop, radiating this tense, worried energy. A few customers sat scattered around, but the place felt heavy, quiet in a way that wasn't peaceful, more like everyone was holding their breath. I ordered my latte. It was fine.
Perfectly fine.
And I couldn't wait to leave. The second shop? Different story entirely. The moment I walked through the door, I felt it. This warmth. This ease. The barista looked up and smiled, a real smile, the kind that makes you feel like you just ran into an old friend. The owner was chatting with a regular, laughing about something. There was this hum of conversation, this sense of aliveness. People were lingering, working, meeting friends. The energy was open, inviting, abundant. I sat down with my coffee and ended up staying for 3 hours. Here's the kicker. I went back 3 more times during my trip. And every single time, that second shop was packed. The first one, always half empty. Same product, same location, completely different energy. And I promise you, the customers walking in off the street couldn't have told you why they preferred one over the other. They just knew one felt good and the other didn't. That's frequency at work. You are a walking broadcast system. Let's talk science for a minute because I know some of you need the data to believe this is real. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field that extends 3 to 6 feet beyond your body. This isn't mystical. This isn't woo-woo. This is measurable. The HeartMath Institute has been researching this for decades. They can literally detect the electromagnetic signature of your heart from across the room. And that field carries information. When you're stressed, anxious, or afraid, when your nervous system is in fight or flight mode, your heart rhythm becomes chaotic and irregular. That irregularity gets transmitted through your electromagnetic field, and other people's nervous systems pick it up, even if they're not consciously aware of it. They just know something feels off. On the flip side, when you're calm, grounded, and present, when your nervous system is regulated and your heart rhythm is coherent, that also gets transmitted. And people's nervous systems respond by relaxing. They feel safe. They feel good around you. Again, they usually can't tell you why. They just know they want to be near you. This is why some people are natural salespeople and others struggle no matter how hard they try. It's not about charisma or extroversion or having a slick pitch. It's about the frequency they're broadcasting. Think about it. Have you ever walked into a store and immediately felt like the salesperson was desperate for you to buy something? Maybe they were perfectly polite. Maybe they said all the right things. But you could feel their need, their anxiety, their desperation to close the deal. And what did you do? You got out of there as fast as you could. That's not because you're a bad person or they did anything wrong. It's because their nervous system was screaming, "I need this," and your nervous system responded with danger. Retreat. Now think about a time when you bought something from someone who seemed completely at ease. They weren't pushy. They weren't trying to convince you. They were just there, present, helpful, confident that their product was valuable, but totally okay if it wasn't the right fit for you. How did that feel? Probably pretty good, right? So good that you bought the thing, and maybe even told your friend about it. Same dynamic, different frequency. The signal tower metaphor. I want you to imagine something with me. Picture yourself as a radio tower. You're standing in the middle of your business, and you're constantly broadcasting a signal out into the world. That signal is made up of everything you're thinking, feeling, and believing, especially the thoughts and feelings you're having over and over again. The ones that have become so familiar you don't even notice them anymore. I'm not good enough. This is never going to work. I can't compete with insert competitor here. People don't want to pay for this. I'm going to fail. Those thoughts aren't just happening in your head. They're being broadcast through your body language, your tone of voice, your facial expressions, the decisions you make, the way you show up or don't show up in your business. And the world around you? It's like a radio, tuning in to whatever frequency you're transmitting. If you're broadcasting fear and scarcity, "I need this to work or I'm screwed," you're going to attract experiences that match that frequency. Clients who are skeptical, deals that fall through, opportunities that almost happen but don't quite come together. Not because the universe is punishing you. Not because you're cursed or unlucky or doing something wrong, but because that's the signal you're sending out. Now, here's the powerful part. If you learn to shift your frequency, if you can move from fear to trust, from scarcity to sufficiency, from desperation to presence. The signal changes. And when the signal changes, what shows up in your business changes too. Different clients, better opportunities, easier sales. Not because you suddenly got better at marketing, but because you became someone it feels good to do business with. The quantum business principle. There's a phrase I use with my clients all the time, and it trips people up at first. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. Let me say that again because it's important. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. This is the quantum business principle, and it's the foundation of everything we're going to talk about in this book. Most business advice operates on the assumption that success is about doing the right things. Create the right offer. Use the right marketing strategy. Say the right words. Take the right actions. And yes, those things matter. But they're only about 20% of the equation. The other 80%? That's about being. Who you're being when you do those things. The energy you're in. The frequency you're broadcasting. You can have two people follow the exact same business strategy, same funnel, same ads, same email sequence, and get completely different results.
Why?
Because they're operating from completely different frequencies. One person is doing it from a place of trust and abundance. I'm offering something valuable. The right people will find me. I'm going to be okay no matter what happens. The other person is doing it from fear and lack. I need this to work. What if nobody buys? What if I'm not good enough? What if I fail? Same actions. Different energy. Different results. Here's what makes this even more interesting. Your nervous system knows the difference between genuine confidence and fake confidence. You can't trick it. You can't fake it till you make it when it comes to your energetic frequency, because your body is always telling the truth. Remember that stressed out barista in the first coffee shop? She probably smiled at every customer. She probably said all the right things. But her nervous system was screaming, "I'm overwhelmed," and everyone who walked through that door felt it. That's why affirmations don't work for most people. You can stand in front of the mirror and say, "I am abundant," all day long. But if your nervous system is in survival mode, if your body is holding fear and scarcity in every cell, you're still broadcasting lack. The signal tower doesn't care what you're saying. It only transmits what you're feeling. The story of Sarah. Let me tell you about one of my clients. We'll call her Sarah. Sarah is a wedding planner. Talented, creative, detail-oriented, everything you'd want in someone planning one of the most important days of your life. Her Instagram was gorgeous. Her website was beautiful. Her portfolio was full of stunning weddings. And she couldn't book a single client. When she came to me, she was in full panic mode. "I don't understand," she kept saying. "I'm doing everything right. I'm posting every day. I'm networking. I'm reaching out to vendors. But nobody's booking me. What am I doing wrong?" I asked her to tell me what happens when she gets on a call with a potential client. She walked me through it. She's prepared. She's professional. She shows them her portfolio. She answers their questions. She sends a follow-up email. And then nothing. They say they need to think about it. Or they go with someone else. Or they just ghost me. "Okay," I said. "Now tell me what you're feeling during those calls." Long pause. Terrified, she finally admitted. "I'm terrified they won't like me. Terrified they'll think my prices are too high. Terrified they'll choose someone else. I'm basically holding my breath the entire time, trying not to seem desperate, but also needing them to say yes because I really, really need the money." There it was. Sarah wasn't doing anything wrong, technically. But energetically, she was broadcasting pure desperation. And her potential clients, who were already stressed about planning a wedding, were unconsciously picking up on that anxiety and running the other direction. They didn't think, wow, Sarah seems desperate. They just had this vague sense that something felt off, that the call left them feeling more stressed, not less. So we started working on Sarah's frequency, not her marketing strategy, not her sales pitch, her internal state. We worked on grounding her nervous system before calls. We worked on releasing the story that she wasn't good enough. We worked on helping her reconnect with why she loved this work in the first place, not because of what it could give her, but because of the joy of creating beautiful experiences for people. And slowly, her energy shifted. She stopped going into calls with clenched fists and held breath. She started showing up relaxed, open, genuinely curious about each couple's vision.
She
Stopped needing them to say yes and started trusting that the right clients would find her. 3 weeks later, she booked 2 weddings in the same week. A month after that, she had a wait list. Nothing about her external strategy had changed. Same portfolio, same pricing, same follow-up process. But everything about her frequency had changed, and her business reflected it back to her. Your business is a mirror. Here's the truth I need you to hear. Your business, right now, as it is a perfect mirror of your internal state. I know that might be hard to hear, especially if your business isn't where you want it to be. But stay with me. If your business feels like a constant struggle, if you're pushing and forcing and nothing seems to flow, there's something in your internal world that's creating resistance. Maybe it's fear. Maybe it's unworthiness. Maybe it's an old story about what you're capable of receiving. If your business is inconsistent, great months followed by terrible months, there's probably some inconsistency in how you see yourself. Some days you believe in yourself. Other days you don't. And your business rides that wave with you. If your business is stuck at a certain revenue ceiling and won't break through, there's probably a belief system in place that says this is as good as it gets for someone like me. The business isn't the problem. The business is the messenger. It's showing you, with ruthless clarity, where you need to heal, where you need to release old patterns, where you need to step more fully into the version of yourself that your success is waiting for. And here's the beautiful part. When you do that inner work, when you shift your frequency, when you heal what needs to be healed, when you become energetically aligned with the business you want to create, the external world has to shift to match. Not because of magic, not because you're manifesting, but because you've changed the signal you're broadcasting, and the world is responding to the new frequency. What this means for you. I want to be really clear about something before we go any further. This is not about blame. If your business is struggling right now, that doesn't mean you're broken or doing something wrong or not spiritual enough, or whatever other story might be creeping in. It means you're human. It means you're carrying stress and fear and old wounds, just like everyone else on the planet. And those things are affecting the signal you're broadcasting. The good news? You can change the signal. Not by pretending everything is fine when it's not. Not by forcing yourself to think positive when you're terrified. Not by bypassing your very real, very valid fears and concerns. But by learning to work with your nervous system instead of against it. By understanding where you are emotionally right now and knowing how to gently, compassionately shift yourself into a higher frequency. By recognizing that your energy is not just some abstract spiritual concept, it's the most powerful business tool you have. Your marketing strategy matters. Your pricing matters. Your positioning matters. But if your frequency is off, if you're broadcasting fear and desperation and please like me, none of those other things will work the way they're supposed to. On the other hand, when your frequency is aligned, when you're grounded, present, and operating from a place of trust rather than fear, everything gets easier. The right clients find you. The sales conversations flow naturally. Opportunities show up that you didn't even know were possible. Not because you're lucky, but because you've become magnetic. Practice the energy audit. Before we move on, I want you to do a quick check-in with yourself. Find a quiet place where you can sit for 5 minutes without interruption. Close your eyes if that feels comfortable, or just soften your gaze downward. Take 3 deep breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw release. Now, ask yourself, what energy am I broadcasting right now? Don't think about it too hard. Just notice what comes up. Are you anxious, hopeful, defeated, excited, scared, numb? Whatever it is, just notice it. Don't judge it. Don't try to change it yet. Just see it clearly. Now, ask yourself, if I walked into my own store, met my own energy, scrolled my own social media, would I want to buy from me? Again, not from a place of judgment, just honest curiosity. Would the energy you're currently broadcasting make someone feel safe, excited, inspired? Or would it make them feel anxious, pressured, uncertain? Write down what you notice. We're going to come back to this. Moving forward, here's what I want you to understand as we move into the next chapter. Your energy is not fixed. Just because you're in a low frequency today doesn't mean you're stuck there. Just because you've been broadcasting fear for the last 6 months doesn't mean you have to keep doing it. You have way more power here than you think. And in the next chapter, I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. We're going to talk about the emotional guidance scale, a simple framework that will help you understand exactly where you are right now and how to gently shift yourself into a frequency that actually attracts the business you want. Because here's the truth. You can't quantum leap from fear to joy in a single bound. Your nervous system won't let you. It doesn't trust sudden shifts like that. But you can take one step up the emotional ladder at a time. And that changes everything. Let's keep going. Chapter 2, the emotional guidance scale for entrepreneurs. Let me show you a map that explains why some days you're in the zone and clients flow effortlessly, and other days, you can't even get a call back. This map changed my life. And once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. It's called the emotional guidance scale, and it's going to become your new best friend in business. The scale. Imagine a ladder with 7 rungs. At the bottom, you have the lowest, heaviest emotional frequencies: fear, panic, despair. The emotions that make you want to curl up in bed and hide from the world. At the top, you have the highest, lightest frequencies: joy, love, abundance, flow. The emotions that make you feel like anything is possible.
And in between?
A whole range of emotions that act as stepping stones, helping you climb from wherever you are to wherever you want to be.
Here's what it looks like.
Level 7. Flow/magnetism. 500 plus hertz. Everything comes to me easily. Level 6. Confidence/trust. 400 to 499 hertz. I know this will work. Level 5. Hopefulness/optimism. 350 to 399 hertz. Maybe this could work. Level 4. Neutral/acceptance. 250 to 349 hertz. It is what it is. Level 3. Frustration/impatience. 150 to 249 hertz. Why is this so hard? Level 2. Worry/doubt, 125 to 149 Hz. I'm not sure this will work. Level 1. Fear/panic, 100 to 124 Hz. What if I can't make this work? Now, here's what most people don't understand about this scale. You cannot skip levels. You just can't. Your nervous system won't allow it. It doesn't trust sudden jumps. It needs to feel safe moving from one emotional state to the next, and that means taking it one step at a time. This is why affirmations often don't work. If you're at level 1, in full panic mode, terrified you're going to lose everything, and you try to jump straight to level 7 by saying, I am abundant. Money flows to me easily. Your nervous system is going to call bullshit, because the gap between where you are and where you're trying to go is too big. Your body doesn't believe it. So instead of feeling better, you just feel like a fraud. But here's the good news. You don't need to make a giant leap. You just need to climb one rung at a time. Level 1. Fear/panic. Let's start at the bottom, because that's where most of us end up when business gets scary. What it feels like. Your chest is tight. Your breath is shallow. Your thoughts are racing, catastrophizing, worst-case scenario ing, spinning out into a million different nightmare possibilities. What if I can't make payroll? What if I have to close my business? What if everyone finds out I'm a failure? Your body is in full fight or flight mode. Cortisol is flooding your system. You're either frozen and unable to take action, or you're frantically doing a million things at once, none of them particularly effective. What it looks like in business. You're checking your bank account 5 times a day. You're refreshing your email constantly, hoping for a client to materialize. You're saying yes to everything, even to clients who are clearly not a good fit, because you're terrified to turn down money. You're posting on social media out of desperation, not inspiration. Your messaging sounds pushy because underneath it all, you're screaming, please buy from me, I really need this. And clients can feel it. They might not be able to name it, but they sense your desperation. And it makes them uncomfortable, so they back away. What frequency you're broadcasting? Scarcity. Lack. There's not enough. I'm not enough. What you're attracting. More experiences that confirm your fear. Clients who ghost you. Deals that fall through. Opportunities that almost happen but don't quite materialize. Not because the universe is punishing you, but because your nervous system is so contracted, so closed off, that there's no space for anything good to land. Level 2. Worry/doubt. This is one step up from panic, and it's where a lot of entrepreneurs live most of the time. What it feels like. The acute panic has settled down a bit, but you're left with this constant, gnawing anxiety. A voice in the back of your head that won't shut up. Is this going to work? Am I doing this right? What if I'm wasting my time? You're functional, you're showing up, doing the work, but there's this underlying current of doubt running through everything you do. What it looks like in business. You're second-guessing every decision. You're constantly comparing yourself to other people in your industry and coming up short. You're asking for a lot of opinions and advice, but then not trusting any of it, including your own instincts. You're working hard, but it feels heavy, like you're pushing a boulder uphill. What frequency you're broadcasting. Uncertainty. I'm not sure about this. I don't know if I can do this. What you're attracting. Wishy-washy clients who need to think about it. Opportunities that require a ton of convincing. Situations that reinforce your doubt. Level 3. Frustration/impatience. Congratulations, you've climbed another rung. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but it is. Frustration actually has more energy than worry. It's activating. It's your system starting to wake up and say, this isn't working, and I want something different. What it feels like. You're annoyed, irritated. Why is this taking so long? Why is everyone else succeeding except me? I'm doing all the right things. Why isn't it working? There's energy here, but it's spiky, jagged. It feels better than despair, but it's still not particularly pleasant. What it looks like in business. You're showing up, but you're resentful about it. You're comparing yourself to your competitors and feeling bitter. You might be venting to friends or complaining in Facebook groups. You're taking action, but it's coming from a place of I'll show them, rather than genuine inspiration. What frequency you're broadcasting? Resistance. This shouldn't be this hard. It's not fair. What you're attracting? Friction. Difficult clients. Technical problems. Things that feel like they're working against you. But here's the thing, frustration is actually useful because it contains within it the seed of motivation. It's your system saying, I'm ready for something different. So, if you're in frustration right now, good. You're on your way up. Level 4. Neutral/acceptance. This is the turning point. This is where you stop fighting reality and start working with it. What it feels like. You're not thrilled, but you're also not panicking. You've reached a place of, okay, this is where I am. This is what's true right now. I don't love it, but I'm not going to make it worse by resisting it. There's a certain peace here, a groundedness. You can finally take a full breath. What it looks like in business. You're able to look at your numbers without spiraling. You can acknowledge what's not working without making it mean something about your worth as a person. You're making decisions from a place of clarity rather than reactivity. You're able to ask for help without feeling like a failure. What frequency you're broadcasting? Stability. Groundedness. I'm okay. I can handle this. What you're attracting. Solid, grounded clients. Practical opportunities. Things that feel stable, even if they're not exciting yet. This is where a lot of people get stuck because neutral feels safe. It's not painful, so there's no urgency to keep climbing. But don't camp out here too long, because the magic happens in the levels above. Level 5. Hopefulness/optimism. Now we're talking. What it feels like. You can feel possibility again. You're not all the way to confident yet, but you're starting to believe that things could actually work out. Maybe this could happen. Maybe I could figure this out. Maybe it doesn't have to be as hard as I've been making it. There's a lightness here. A sense of opening. What it looks like in business. You're taking inspired action. You're experimenting. You're willing to try things without needing a guarantee that they'll work. You're showing up on social media because you actually have something to say, not because you're desperately trying to be seen. You're reaching out to potential clients from a place of genuine curiosity, not neediness. What frequency you're broadcasting. Possibility. I'm open to good things happening. What you're attracting. Surprising opportunities. Synchronicities. Clients who seem to appear out of nowhere. This is where momentum starts to build. Level 6. Confidence/trust. You're almost at the top now. What it feels like, you know, deep in your bones, that this is going to work. Maybe not exactly the way you planned, maybe not on your timeline, but you trust that you're being guided toward something good. You're not attached to a specific outcome. You're just certain that you're on the right path. What it looks like in business. You're making bold moves. You're raising your prices. You're saying no to clients who aren't a fit. You're putting yourself out there in ways that used to terrify you, and now they feel exciting. You're not worried about what other people think. You're just doing your work, trusting that the right people will find it. What frequency you're broadcasting.
Certainty.
I know my value. I trust the process. What you're attracting. High-quality clients. Dream collaborations. Opportunities that feel almost too good to be true, but they're real. Level 7. Flow/magnetism. This is the frequency of miracles. What it feels like. Effortless. Easeful. Like you're being carried by a current rather than swimming against it. You're so connected to yourself, so aligned with your purpose, that you're not even trying to make things happen anymore. You're just showing up as yourself, and the right things are flowing to you. What it looks like in business. Clients are finding you. Referrals are coming in without you asking. Opportunities are appearing that you didn't even know were possible. You're working less but earning more. Not because you're hustling harder, but because you're finally in alignment. What frequency you're broadcasting. Abundance.
Joy.
I have everything I need. Life is supporting me. What you're attracting. Everything. Seriously. This is the frequency where your business becomes a reflection of your highest self. The mistake everyone makes. Now that you've seen the scale, I need to tell you about the biggest mistake I see people make. They try to jump from level 1 to level 7 in a single bound. They're in panic mode, terrified their business is going to fail, and someone tells them, just visualize success. Just believe it's already yours.
So they try.
They sit down to meditate or journal or do their manifestation practice, and they attempt to force themselves to feel abundant. And it doesn't work. Because their nervous system is screaming, we are in danger, and no amount of positive thinking can override that signal. So they feel worse. They feel like they're failing at manifesting on top of failing at business. And they sink even deeper into fear. Please hear me on this. You cannot bypass your nervous system. You have to meet yourself where you are, and then gently, compassionately climb one step at a time. If you're at level 1 fear, your only job is to get to level 2 worry. That's it. Not level 7. Not even level 5. Just one rung up the ladder. And how do you do that? By finding a thought or a practice that feels just slightly better than where you are right now, but still believable. The art of the slight shift. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. Let's say you're at level 1. You're terrified. Your bank account is low, and you don't know how you're going to make rent next month. You cannot, from that place, convince yourself that money flows to me effortlessly. Your system won't buy it, but you might be able to reach for a thought like this. I've been through hard things before, and I've always figured it out. Is that level 7?
No.
But is it true?
Probably.
And does it feel slightly better than I'm going to lose everything?
Yes.
That's the slight shift. That's the one rung up. From there, maybe you can reach for. I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm willing to stay open to possibilities. Still not level 7, but you're climbing. You're moving from fear toward acceptance, from contraction toward opening. Each small shift in thought creates a small shift in your nervous system. And each small shift in your nervous system creates a small shift in the frequency you're broadcasting. And slowly, one rung at a time, you climb your way back up. The story of my worst month. Let me tell you about the worst sales month I ever had. It was February, 3 years into running my practice. January had been slow, but I wasn't too worried. January is always slow. But then February came, and it was even slower. I had 2 clients cancel ongoing packages. I had 3 consultations scheduled, and all 3 of them went with someone else. By the 3rd week of the month, I was in full level 1 panic. I remember sitting at my kitchen table, staring at my bank account, feeling my chest get tighter and tighter. The voice in my head was relentless. You're not cut out for this. You should just get a regular job. Everyone else can do this. Why can't you? I wanted to jump straight to, everything is fine. I'm abundant. Clients are coming. But I couldn't get there. My body wouldn't let me. Every time I tried to force myself into a higher frequency, I just felt more anxious. So instead, I asked myself, what's one small step up from where I am right now? And the answer that came was simple. I'm scared. And that's okay. That's it. That was my level 2 thought.
I sat with that for a while.
Just letting it be true, not trying to change it or fix it. Just acknowledging it. I'm scared. And that's okay. And something in my system softened. From there, I was able to reach for, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I've figured hard things out before. Still not confident. Still not optimistic. But a little more grounded. Over the next few days, I kept climbing. One thought at a time. One breath at a time. Maybe this is just a slow season. Maybe the right clients are on their way, and I just need to be patient. Maybe I could reach out to a few past clients and see how they're doing. By the end of the week, I was at level 4, neutral. Not excited, but not panicking anymore either. And from that grounded place, I took action. I sent a few reconnection emails. I posted on social media, not from desperation, but from genuine desire to share something helpful. And within 10 days, 3 new clients booked. Not because I manifested them through sheer force of will, but because I climbed my way back up the emotional ladder, one rung at a time, and when I reached a stable frequency, my business responded. Practice. Finding your current frequency. Okay, your turn. I want you to look at the scale again and ask yourself, honestly, where am I right now? Not where you wish you were. Not where you think you should be. Where you actually. Write it down. Now, here's the important part. Don't judge yourself for it. If you're at level 1, that doesn't mean you're broken or doing something wrong. It means you're human and you're going through something hard. If you're at level 4, that doesn't mean you're not spiritual enough. It means you're grounded, and that's actually a gift. Wherever you are is okay. Now, ask yourself, what's one thought I could reach for that would feel just slightly better, but still believable? Not a huge leap, not a quantum jump, just one rung up. Write that down too. And for the next 24 hours, practice reaching for that thought whenever you notice yourself spiraling down. You're not trying to fix everything. You're not trying to leap to the top of the ladder. You're just practicing the art of the slight shift. One rung at a time. What comes next? Now that you understand the scale, and now that you know where you are on it, we can start talking about how to climb. Because here's the truth. You can't manifest from level 1. You can't attract your dream clients from level 2. You can't build a sustainable, successful business from level 3. But you absolutely can from levels 5, 6, and 7. So, how do you get there? That's what the rest of this book is about. In the next chapter, we're going to talk about the downward spiral, how fear feeds on itself and pulls you down, and how to catch yourself before you hit bottom. And then, in part 2, I'm going to give you the exact practices I use to climb my way back up. The 4-phase frequency reset that will take you from wherever you are right now to a place of magnetism and flow. Not through magical thinking. Not through bypassing your very real fears. But through practices that work with your nervous system, honor where you are, and gently guide you back to yourself. One breath at a time. One step at a time. One frequency shift at a time. Let's keep climbing. Chapter 3: The Downward Spiral and How to Catch Yourself. Have you ever noticed that when you're afraid sales will drop, they do? That's not coincidence. That's not bad luck. That's frequency at work. And it's time we talked about how that happens, so you can learn to catch yourself before you spiral all the way down. The anatomy of a spiral. Let me walk you through what a downward spiral looks like in real time. You wake up one morning and check your email. No new client inquiries. That's fine.
It's just one day.
But then you check your bank account, and it's lower than you'd like it to be. A small flutter of anxiety moves through your chest. You push it down and get to work. But throughout the day, you keep checking your email. Still nothing. You scroll through Instagram and see a competitor posting about a fully booked month. The flutter of anxiety gets stronger. By evening, you're lying in bed, mind racing. Why aren't people booking with me? What if this month is slow? What if next month is slow too? What if I can't make rent? You wake up the next morning already anxious. You check your email before you even get out of bed. Still nothing. Now the anxiety is louder. You post something on social media, but it comes from a desperate place, and you can feel it. Your language is a little too sleazy. A little too, please notice me. People scroll past. The anxiety ratchets up another notch. You start obsessively checking your stats. Website traffic, email open rates, social media engagement. Everything feels like evidence that you're failing. By day 3, you're in full panic mode. And here's what happens next. You make decisions from that panicked place. Maybe you slash your prices, hoping that will bring people in. Maybe you say yes to a client you know isn't a good fit, just because you need the money. Maybe you send a desperate email to your list with a subject line that makes even you cringe. And when those things don't work, or worse, when they backfire, the spiral deepens. Now you're not just afraid. You're defeated. You're starting to believe this business will never work. And from that place, you're broadcasting the lowest possible frequency. And the world around you responds accordingly. More silence. More rejection. More evidence that you're right to be afraid. This is the downward spiral. And I need you to understand something. It's not happening because you're broken. It's happening because your nervous system is doing exactly what it's designed to do, trying to keep you safe by scanning for threats. The problem is, it's scanning for threats in your business. And every time it finds one, or thinks it finds one, it pulls you down another level. The 3 core business fears. In my years of working with entrepreneurs, I've noticed that almost every downward spiral is rooted in one of 3 core fears. 1. The fear of not having enough, scarcity. This is the fear that there's not enough money, clients, opportunities, success to go around. That if you don't grab what you can right now, you'll be left with nothing. This fear makes you hoard. It makes you operate from lack. It makes you see other people's success as evidence of your own failure. And it makes you repel the very thing you're trying to attract. 2. The fear of losing what you have control. This is the fear that if you let your guard down for even a second, everything you've built will fall apart. That you have to control every outcome, anticipate every problem, and never, ever stop hustling. This fear makes you exhausting to be around. It makes you micromanage. It makes you unable to trust yourself, your team, your clients, the process. And it makes sustainable success impossible. 3. The fear of being seen as a failure, worthiness. This is the fear that if your business doesn't succeed, it means you're not enough. That your worth is tied to your revenue. That if you can't make this work, it says something fundamental about who you are as a person. This fear makes you hide. It makes you play small. It makes you so terrified of making a mistake that you stop taking risks entirely. And it keeps you stuck in a loop of proving yourself instead of simply being yourself. Which one resonates most for you? Because here's what I've learned. You can't heal what you don't name. Most people try to fix their business problems without ever addressing the fear underneath. They tweak their marketing. They try a new strategy. They work harder. But if the fear is still there, if it's still running the show, nothing changes. Or worse, things change temporarily and then snap right back to where they were before. Because the frequency didn't shift. The pattern didn't heal. How to recognize you're spiraling. The tricky thing about a downward spiral is that it happens slowly. You don't wake up one morning in full panic mode. You slide into it one small step at a time. So it's crucial to learn how to recognize the early warning signs before you're all the way at the bottom. Here are the signs I watch for in myself and my clients. Physical signs. Shallow breathing or holding your breath. Tightness in your chest, throat, or stomach. Jaw clenching or teeth grinding. Difficulty sleeping or racing thoughts at night. Physical tension, especially in your shoulders, neck, or lower back. Mental signs. Obsessive checking, email, bank account, social media stats. Racing, looping thoughts that won't turn off. Catastrophizing or worst-case scenario thinking. Difficulty concentrating or making decisions. Constantly comparing yourself to others. Behavioral signs. Working more, but accomplishing less. Avoiding tasks that feel vulnerable, like reaching out to potential clients. Saying yes to things you don't actually want to do. Scrolling social media compulsively. Isolating yourself from support. Energetic signs. Feeling like you're pushing or forcing. A sense of heaviness or contraction. Difficulty feeling joy or excitement about your work. Sending out desperate or needy energy and being able to feel it yourself. Operating from I have to instead of I want to. The moment you notice any of these signs, that's your cue. That's your nervous system saying, hey, we're starting to spiral. Let's catch this before it gets worse. The Spiral Catcher, a 3-step emergency protocol. So, what do you do when you catch yourself starting to spiral? Here's my emergency protocol. I call it the Spiral Catcher, and it's designed to stop the descent and stabilize you before you drop any further. Step 1. Name it. The moment you notice you're spiraling, say it out loud. I'm spiraling. That's it. Just name it. This might seem too simple to be useful, but trust me, it's powerful. The act of naming what's happening creates a tiny bit of distance between you and the spiral. It shifts you from being inside the experience to observing the experience. You're no longer just afraid. You're someone who's noticing they're afraid. That small shift, that's everything. Step 2. Ground it. Now that you've named it, you need to ground yourself in your body. The spiral happens in your head. The solution starts in your body. Here's the fastest way I know to ground. Place one hand on your heart and one hand on your belly. Close your eyes. Take 3 slow, deep breaths, in through your nose, out through your mouth. With each exhale, let your body get a little heavier, a little more settled. Say to yourself, either out loud or silently, I'm here. I'm safe. I'm okay right now. You're not trying to fix anything yet. You're just coming back to your body. You're just reminding your nervous system that in this moment, right here, right now, you're actually okay. Step 3. Redirect it. Once you've stabilized, it's time to gently redirect your attention. This is where we use the emotional guidance scale from the last chapter. Ask yourself, what's one thought I can reach for that feels just slightly better than where I am right now? Not a huge leap, just one rung up. If you're at level 1, panic. Maybe you can reach 4. I don't know how this is going to work out, but I've handled hard things before. If you're at level 2, worry. Maybe you can reach 4. I don't have all the answers yet, but I'm willing to trust the process. If you're at level 3, frustration, maybe you can reach 4. This is harder than I want it to be, but I'm learning. I'm growing. Find a thought that feels true enough to land, and then repeat it. Write it down. Let it become your anchor for the rest of the day. The story of Marcus. Let me tell you about Marcus. Marcus came to me after losing 3 major clients in the span of 2 months. He's a business consultant, brilliant, strategic, the kind of person companies love to work with. But when those 3 clients left for reasons that had nothing to do with the quality of his work, one company downsized, another shifted focus, another got acquired, Marcus went into a full tailspin. By the time he reached out to me, he was convinced his business was over. I must be doing something wrong, he said. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening. I asked him to walk me through what his days looked like. He was waking up at 5 a.m., unable to sleep. Immediately checking his email, hoping for new inquiries. Scrolling LinkedIn, seeing former colleagues posting about their wins, feeling sick to his stomach. Forcing himself to create content he didn't believe in. Sending cold outreach emails that felt desperate even as he wrote them. And getting nothing. Silence. Rejection. It's like I'm invisible, he said. I asked him, what frequency do you think you're broadcasting right now? Long pause. Desperation, he admitted. I feel like I'm drowning, and I'm trying to grab onto anything that might save me.
Bingo.
Marcus wasn't doing anything wrong, technically. But energetically, he was in full panic mode. And potential clients could feel it, even through email. His energy was screaming, I need you to save me. And nobody wants to hire a consultant who feels like they need saving. So we started with the basics. First, we implemented the spiral catcher. Every morning before he did anything else, he had to do steps 1, 2, and 3. Name it, ground it, redirect it. It felt almost too simple. But within a week, he noticed he was waking up less panicked. Still anxious. We weren't trying to bypass that, but not in full freefall anymore. Next, we worked on recognizing his spiral triggers. For Marcus, it was LinkedIn. Every time he scrolled, he'd see someone else winning, and it would send him spiraling into I'm failing mode. So we made a deal. No LinkedIn until he'd grounded himself first. No checking it from bed. No comparing himself to others when he was already feeling fragile. Slowly, the spiral stopped controlling him. He wasn't in level 7 yet. We weren't trying to get there overnight. But he climbed from level 1 to level 3, then from level 3 to level 4. And from level 4, that place of neutral acceptance, he was finally able to take clear, grounded action. He reached out to a few past clients, not from desperation but from genuine curiosity about how they were doing. He posted on LinkedIn, but this time from a place of, here's something useful I learned, instead of, please hire me. And 3 weeks later, he signed a new client. Then another. Not because he changed his strategy, but because he learned to catch the spiral before it took him all the way down. The pattern interrupt. Here's something I want you to understand. Your nervous system is incredibly good at running patterns. If you've spiraled into panic 100 times before, your nervous system has carved a well-worn path. The moment you start feeling anxious, your brain says, oh, I know this route. and takes you straight down into full-blown panic. It's not doing this to hurt you. It's doing it because familiar patterns feel safe, even if they're painful. So our job isn't to never feel anxious again. Our job is to interrupt the pattern before it takes over. This is why the spiral catcher works. It's not trying to eliminate the anxiety. It's creating a pause, a moment where you step out of the automatic pattern and consciously choose a different direction. Name it, ground it, redirect it. Over time, this becomes your new pattern. Instead of feel anxious, spiral down, panic, make desperate decisions. You create feel anxious, notice it, ground yourself, reach for something slightly better. Same starting point, completely different outcome. Practice. Create your spiral catcher card. I want you to make something for yourself right now. Take out a piece of paper or open a note on your phone. Title it, My Spiral Catcher. Now fill it in. Step 1. Name it. When I notice I'm spiraling, I will say out loud, I'm spiraling, and that's okay. I'm going to help myself right now. Step 2. Ground it. I will place my hands on my heart and belly, take 3 deep breaths, and say, write your own grounding phrase, something that feels true and calming to you. Step 3. Redirect it. One thought I can reach for when I'm spiraling. Write your level. 2 thought, the one that feels just slightly better than panic. Keep this somewhere you can access it quickly.
Take a photo of it.
Save it to your phone. Put it on a sticky note on your desk. Because the next time you start to spiral, and there will be a next time because you're human, you'll have a map. A simple, clear, 3-step process to catch yourself before you hit bottom. And that's the beginning of everything. What's next? Now you understand how the spiral works and how to catch yourself when it starts. But knowing how to stop the spiral is only half the equation. The other half is learning how to climb back up. How do you move from fear to trust? From contraction to expansion? From repelling clients to magnetically attracting them? That's what we're diving into next. In part 2, I'm going to walk you through the 4-phase frequency reset, the exact process I use and that I teach all my clients to shift from whatever frequency they're in to the frequency that actually creates results. We're going to start at the beginning, learning to see what's really happening inside you, learning to stop the spiral before it takes over, learning to expand your energy from the inside out, and learning to radiate that energy in a way that transforms your business. This is where the real work begins. And I promise you, it's simpler than you think. Let's do this. Part 2, the 4-phase frequency reset. Chapter 4, Phase 1, see it. Moving from your head to your body. Your business anxiety isn't in your head. It's in your body. And until you locate it, you can't release it. Let me show you what I mean. The head trap. Close your eyes for a moment and bring to mind something that's stressing you out about your business right now. Maybe it's your bank balance. Maybe it's a slow season. Maybe it's a decision you're struggling to make.
Got it?
Now notice, where is that stress living? If you're like most people, your first answer will be, in my head. You're thinking about it, analyzing it, running through scenarios, replaying past mistakes, or rehearsing future conversations. The thoughts are spinning, looping, circling back on themselves. And here's the problem with that. When stress lives in your head, it becomes abstract, slippery, impossible to pin down. You can think about a problem for hours, days, weeks, and never actually resolve it. Because thoughts about a problem aren't the same thing as the problem itself. It's like trying to catch water with your hands. The harder you grab, the more it slips through your fingers. But your body knows exactly where the problem is. Your body is holding every fear, every worry, every unprocessed emotion you've ever pushed down in service of staying professional or keeping it together. And until you learn to listen to what your body is trying to tell you, you'll stay stuck in the loop. The soma knows. There's a field of psychology called somatic therapy, and its core principle is this: the body keeps the score. Every experience you've ever had, especially the stressful or traumatic ones, leaves an imprint in your nervous system. And that imprint doesn't just disappear because you've thought it through or gotten over it. It stays in your tissues, in your muscles, in the way you hold your breath or clench your jaw or round your shoulders forward. When it comes to business stress, this is especially true. That panic you feel when you check your bank account? It's not just a thought. It's a sensation. A tightness in your chest. A knot in your stomach. A heaviness in your limbs. That fear you have about not being good enough? It's living somewhere in your body. Maybe in your throat, the fear of speaking up. Maybe in your solar plexus, the fear of being seen. Maybe in your lower back, the fear of not being supported. And here's what's fascinating. Your body is trying to communicate with you. Those sensations aren't random. They're information. They're your nervous system's way of saying, hey, there's something here that needs attention. But most of us have been trained to ignore those signals, to push through, to numb out, to override what we're feeling in favor of what we think we should be doing. And that's exactly what keeps us stuck. Why you can't think your way out. Let me tell you something that changed everything for me. You cannot heal what you cannot feel. I spent years trying to think my way out of my business anxiety. I read all the books. I took all the courses. I had a vision board and morning affirmations and a 5-year plan. And I was still a mess because I was living entirely in my head. I was so disconnected from my body that I didn't even realize how much fear I was carrying. My chest was tight all the time. I was holding my breath without realizing it. My jaw was clenched. My shoulders were up around my ears. But I thought that was just normal. That's what working hard felt like, right? It wasn't until someone, a mentor who was way more attuned to this stuff than I was, stopped me mid-sentence and said, Lila, where do you feel that in your body? I had been talking about my fear of failure, going on and on about all the reasons my business might not work, all the what-ifs, all the worst-case scenarios. And she just gently interrupted and asked, where do you feel that? I stopped, confused. I don't know, I said. I'm just thinking about it. Okay, she said. Stop thinking for a second. Just close your eyes and scan your body. Where is the fear living? I closed my eyes, and for the first time in months, I actually dropped out of my head and into my body. And oh my God, the fear wasn't in my head at all. It was in my solar plexus. This tight, clenched knot right below my ribcage. It felt like I was bracing for impact, like I was trying to hold something in that wanted to spill out. The moment I located it, the moment I actually felt it instead of just thinking about it, something shifted. The fear didn't disappear, but it stopped controlling me, because now I could see it. I could feel it. I could work with it. Where business, stress lives in the body. Over the years of doing this work with hundreds of clients, I've noticed some patterns about where different kinds of business stress tend to show up in the body. This isn't an exact science. Everyone's different, but see if any of these resonate for you. Chest/heart area. Fear of failure. Fear of being seen or judged. vulnerability around putting yourself out there, a grief over past business losses,
Throat.
fear of speaking your truth, difficulty asking for what you want, holding back your authentic voice, swallowing your needs to make others comfortable, solar plexus below the ribcage, control issues, fear of being powerless, overwhelm, carrying too much responsibility, belly/gut, deep, primal survival fear, anxiety about basic safety and security, distrust of your own instincts, feeling unsupported, shoulders/upper back, the weight of responsibility, feeling like you have to do everything yourself, carrying other people's expectations, lower back, a lack of support, literal and metaphorical, fear of not being able to hold yourself up, financial insecurity, jaw/teeth, suppressed anger or frustration, trying to keep it together, not saying what you really want to say. Again, this isn't prescriptive. Your body might express stress differently, but the point is, it's in there somewhere. And the first step in shifting your frequency is finding it. The practice of somatic awareness. So how do you actually do this? How do you move from your head into your body? It's simpler than you think, but it requires slowing down. Here's the basic practice I teach all my clients. I call it the business body scan, and it's designed specifically for entrepreneurs who are carrying stress about their work. Set aside 10 minutes. Find a quiet place where you won't be interrupted. You can sit or lie down, whatever feels most comfortable. Close your eyes or soften your gaze downward. Step 1. Ground yourself. Take 3 deep breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth. With each exhale, let your body get a little heavier. Let yourself sink into whatever surface you're on. You're not trying to fix anything yet. You're just arriving in your body. Step 2. Bring to mind your business stress. Now, gently bring to mind whatever's stressing you out about your business right now. Maybe it's money. Maybe it's a difficult client. Maybe it's a decision you're struggling with.
Don't analyze it.
Don't try to solve it. Just hold it lightly in your awareness. Step 3. Scan your body. Now, starting at the top of your head, slowly scan down through your body. Move your attention through each area. Your forehead and temples. Your jaw and throat. Your shoulders and upper back. Your chest and heart. Your solar plexus. Your belly. Your lower back. Your hips and legs. As you scan, you're asking, where do I feel the stress in my body? You're not looking for big, dramatic sensations. You're looking for anything that feels different from neutral. Maybe it's tightness. Maybe it's heaviness. Maybe it's a fluttery, anxious feeling. Maybe it's numbness. Whatever it is, just notice it. Don't judge it. Don't try to make it go away. Just locate it. Step 4. Stay with it. Once you've found the place where the stress is living, stay with it for a minute or 2. Place your hand there if that feels right. Breathe into that area. Imagine your breath flowing in and out of that spot. And if it feels safe, ask it. What are you trying to tell me? You might get words. You might get images. You might just get a felt sense. Whatever comes, receive it without judgment. Step 5. Acknowledge it. Before you finish, take a moment to acknowledge what you found. Thank you for showing me where you're holding this. I see you. I'm not going to ignore you anymore. I'm here. I'm listening. That's it. You're not trying to fix it. You're not trying to make it go away. You're just seeing it, feeling it, acknowledging it, And that is where transformation begins. The two maps. Once you've done the body scan a few times and you're getting more familiar with where your stress lives, I want you to create two maps. Get out a piece of paper and draw a simple outline of a body. Do this twice. You're going to create two different maps. Map number 1, where fear lives. On the first map, mark all the places in your body where fear, stress, and anxiety about your business tend to show up. Use different colors if you want. Note what each sensation feels like. Is it tight, heavy,
Hot.
fluttery? This is your fear map. This is what your body looks like when you're in scarcity, when you're worried about money, when you're convinced your business won't work. Map number 2, where success lives. On the second map, mark all the places in your body where confidence, excitement, and success tend to show up. Think about a time when your business was going really well, a time when you felt on top of the world, a time when you closed a big deal or got amazing feedback from a client. Where did you feel that in your body? Was it expansive in your chest, light in your belly, grounded in your legs, open in your throat? This is your success map. This is what your body feels like when you're in abundance, when you trust yourself, when you know everything is working out. Why this matters. Here's why creating these two maps is so important. Your body knows the difference between fear and success. And when you can clearly identify what each one feels like, where it lives, what it's made of, you have a roadmap. You can catch yourself when you're starting to slide into your fear body. And you can consciously choose to shift back into your success body. This isn't about faking it or bypassing your real feelings. It's about giving yourself a reference point. When you notice your chest getting tight and your breath getting shallow, you can think, I'm in my fear body right now. That makes sense. I just checked my bank account and got triggered. And then you can make a conscious choice. Okay, I see you, fear. I'm not going to ignore you, but I'm also not going to let you run the show. Let me take a few breaths and see if I can soften back into my success body. That's agency. That's the difference between being controlled by your nervous system and learning to work with it. The story of my solar plexus. I want to tell you about my relationship with my solar plexus because it's been one of my greatest teachers. For years, anytime I felt stressed about my business, I would feel this tight, clenched sensation right below my ribcage, like I was bracing for a punch that never came. At first, I didn't even realize it was there. I was so used to it that it felt normal. But once I started paying attention, once I started actually feeling my body instead of just living in my head, I couldn't unnotice it. Every time I looked at my calendar and saw empty spaces, my solar plexus would clench. Every time I got on a sales call, my solar plexus would clench. Every time I posted something vulnerable on social media, my solar plexus would clench. So I started working with it. I would notice the clenching and place my hand there. I would breathe into it. I would ask it what it was trying to protect me from. And over time, I started to understand. My solar plexus was holding my fear of not being in control. I had spent so much of my life trying to control outcomes, trying to make sure everything went exactly the way I planned, that my body was literally clenched around that need for control. And every time my business felt uncertain or unpredictable, my solar plexus would tighten up, as if to say, "Hold on. Brace yourself. Don't let go." Once I understood that, I could start to work with it differently. Instead of trying to make the sensation go away, I would acknowledge it. I know you're scared. I know you don't like not knowing what's going to happen. But we're okay. We can handle this. And slowly, very slowly, it started to soften. These days, I still feel it sometimes. especially during uncertain seasons or big transitions. But it doesn't control me anymore, because I know what it is. I know where it lives. I know what it's trying to tell me, and I can choose how to respond. Practice the business body scan. Okay, your turn. I want you to set aside 10 minutes right now, or as soon as you finish reading this chapter, and do the business body scan. Here's the step-by-step again. 1. Ground yourself. 3. Deep breaths. Let your body settle. 2. Bring to mind your business stress. What's weighing on you right now? 3. Scan your body. Starting at the top of your head, move slowly down through each area. Where do you feel the stress? 4. Stay with it. Once you find it, breathe into that area. Ask it what it's trying to tell you. 5. Acknowledge it. Thank your body for showing you. Then, when you're done, grab a journal and write down. Where did I feel the stress in my body? What did it feel like? Tight?
Heavy? Hot?
Fluttery? What is this sensation trying to protect me from? If I imagine myself feeling successful and abundant, where does that live in my body? Don't skip this practice. I know it might feel weird or unfamiliar at first, but I promise you, this is the foundation of everything else we're going to do. Because you can't shift your frequency if you don't know what frequency you're currently broadcasting. And you can't know what frequency you're broadcasting if you're not tuned into your body. This is where it all begins. What comes next? Now that you've learned to see what's happening in your body, now that you've located where the fear and stress are living, we can move to the next phase. Phase 2. Stop it. Because once you can see the spiral starting, once you can feel your nervous system beginning to contract, you need to know how to interrupt that pattern before it takes over completely. That's what the next chapter is all about. We're going to dive deep into the practices that ground your nervous system, that bring you back to the present moment, that help you stop the downward spiral in its tracks. This is where you reclaim your power. Let's go. Chapter 5, Phase 2. Stop it. The grounding practice that changes everything. Before you can shift up, you have to stop spinning. This is the step most people skip, and it's exactly why they stay stuck. Let me show you what I mean. The problem with just think positive. Here's what usually happens when someone's in a business spiral. They're panicking. They're in full fear mode. They can't sleep. They can't focus. Every thought is catastrophic. And someone, a well-meaning friend, a business coach, a self-help book, tells them, just focus on the positive. Visualize success. Think abundant thoughts.
So they try.
They sit down to meditate or journal. They try to imagine their business thriving. They repeat affirmations about abundance. And it doesn't work. In fact, it often makes them feel worse. Because now they're panicking about their business and feeling like they're failing at manifesting. Here's why this happens. You cannot climb the emotional ladder when your nervous system is in fight or flight. When your body is flooded with stress hormones, when your heart is racing, when your breath is shallow, your brain literally cannot access the parts of itself that imagine positive outcomes or feel grateful or visualize success. You're in survival mode. And in survival mode, the only thing your nervous system cares about is, am I safe? Everything else is irrelevant. So before you can shift up, before you can move toward hope or confidence or flow, you have to answer that question. You have to tell your nervous system, yes. Right now, in this moment, you are safe. That's what grounding does. It doesn't bypass your fear. It doesn't pretend everything is fine. It just brings you back to the present moment and helps your body remember, right now, I'm okay. From there, and only from there, you can start to climb. What it means to be ungrounded. Let's talk about what it actually means to be ungrounded in your business.
Picture this.
You wake up and immediately reach for your phone. Before your feet even touch the floor, you're checking email, scanning social media, looking at your bank balance. Your mind is already spinning, planning, worrying, rehearsing conversations, replaying past mistakes. You get up and move through your morning on autopilot. Shower, coffee, laptop. But you're not really there. You're already 3 steps ahead, thinking about everything you have to do, everyone you have to respond to, all the problems you need to solve. You sit down to work, but you can't focus. You're doing 5 things at once. Email open, Slack pinging, Instagram scrolling, half writing a post, half planning your next offer. You're busy. You're so busy. But you're not actually present for any of it. By midday, you're exhausted. But you haven't really accomplished anything. You've just been spinning. By evening, you're fried. Overwhelmed. Too tired to do the things that actually matter, but too wired to rest. Sound familiar? That's what ungrounded looks like. And here's the problem. When you're ungrounded, you're not in your body. You're not in the present moment. You're scattered across a dozen different timelines, past regrets, future worries, endless to-dos. And from that place, you cannot create. You cannot make clear decisions. You cannot connect authentically with clients. You cannot access your intuition or your creativity or your confidence. You're just spinning. And the energy you're broadcasting? It's chaotic, frenetic, desperate. No wonder clients aren't flowing to you. Your nervous system is screaming emergency at a frequency that makes everyone around you want to back away slowly. The neuroscience of grounding. Let's get a little nerdy for a second, because I think it helps to understand what's actually happening in your body when you're ungrounded, and what shifts when you practice grounding. Your autonomic nervous system has 2 main branches. The sympathetic nervous system, fight or flight, this is your stress response. When this system is activated, your heart rate increases, your breath gets shallow, your muscles tense up. Your body is preparing to either fight the threat or run from it. This system is useful when you're actually in danger. But here's the problem. Your body can't tell the difference between a real threat, like a bear chasing you, and a perceived threat, like a scary bank balance. So, if you're constantly thinking stressful thoughts about your business, your sympathetic nervous system is constantly activated. You're living in a state of chronic stress. The parasympathetic nervous system, rest and digest, this is your calming response. When this system is activated, your heart rate slows, your breath deepens, your muscles relax. Your body feels safe enough to rest, digest, heal, and create. This is the state you want to operate from in your business. This is where clarity lives, where intuition lives, where magnetic, confident energy lives. But you can't access this state by thinking your way there. You have to signal to your body that it's safe to relax. And the fastest, most effective way to do that? Through your breath. Why breathing is your business superpower. I know. Everyone talks about breathing. Just breathe. Take a deep breath. Don't forget to breathe. It sounds so basic that most people dismiss it. But here's the thing. Your breath is the only part of your autonomic nervous system that you can consciously control. You can't tell your heart to slow down. You can't tell your digestive system to relax. You can't manually adjust your stress hormones. But you can control your breath. And when you change your breath, everything else changes with it. Here's the key. The length of your exhale determines which nervous system gets activated. When your exhale is longer than your inhale, it sends a signal to your vagus nerve. the main nerve of your parasympathetic system that says, "It's safe. You can relax now." Your heart rate slows. Your blood pressure drops. Your muscles soften. Your mind clears. You move from fight or flight into rest and digest, from chaos into calm. And from that calm place, you can finally think clearly, make better decisions, show up with the energy that actually attracts clients. This isn't woo-woo. This is biology. And it works every single time. The 4-6-8 breath. Let me teach you the breathing technique I use myself and that I teach to every single one of my clients. I call it the 4-6-8 breath, and it's specifically designed to activate your parasympathetic nervous system as quickly as possible. Here's how it works. Inhale through your nose for a count of 4. Let your belly expand. Not your chest, your belly. Imagine you're filling up a balloon in your lower abdomen. Hold for a count of 6 gently. Not straining. Just a soft pause at the top of the breath. Exhale through your mouth for a count of 8. This is the most important part. The exhale needs to be longer than the inhale. Let it be slow and controlled, like you're blowing out through a straw. Repeat for 3 to 5 cycles. That's it. For minutes, max, often less. And it completely changes your state. When to use it? I want you to think of the 4-6-8 breath as your emergency reset button. Use it before you check your bank account or email, especially if you're already feeling anxious. Before any client call or sales conversation. When you notice yourself starting to spiral. After you get triggering news, a client cancels, a deal falls through, etc. Anytime you feel yourself speeding up, rushing, or operating from panic. Before you post on social media, so your energy isn't desperate. When you wake up anxious in the middle of the night. At the end of your workday, to signal to your body that you're done. Basically, use it a lot. The more you practice this when you're only mildly stressed, the more effective it will be when you're in full panic mode. Grounding rituals for busy entrepreneurs. Okay, so breathing is the foundation. But there are other ways to ground yourself throughout the day, especially when you're busy and don't have time for a long meditation. I've organized these into 3 categories based on how much time you have. Micro-grounding, 60 seconds or less. These are practices you can do between meetings in the bathroom, in line at the coffee shop, anywhere, anytime. 1. The 3-breath reset. Stop whatever you're doing. Place one hand on your heart. Take 3 slow, deep breaths. That's it. 2. Feet on the floor. Feel your feet on the ground. Press them down. Notice the sensation of support beneath you. Remind yourself, I am here. I am held. 3. The 5-4-3-2-1 technique. Notice 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste. This brings you immediately into the present moment.
4. Hand on belly.
Place your hand on your lower belly. Feel it rise and fall with your breath. This is especially good when you're feeling anxious or unmoored. Mini grounding, 5 minutes. These are slightly longer practices you can weave into your morning, midday, or evening routine. 1. Morning check-in. Before you reach for your phone, sit up in bed. Place both hands on your heart. Ask yourself, how am I feeling right now? Don't judge the answer. Just notice. 2. Midday walk. Step outside for 5 minutes. No phone. No podcast. Just walk. Feel your feet hitting the ground. Notice the temperature of the air. Let your nervous system recalibrate. 3. The shake. Stand up. Shake out your whole body. arms, legs, torso, head. Literally shake off the stress. This releases tension and trapped energy. Animals do this instinctively after a stressful event. We should too. 4. Evening wind down. Before bed, do 5 minutes of the 4-6-8 breath. Signal to your body that the workday is over. You're allowed to rest now. Deep grounding, 15 to 20 minutes. These are practices for when you're feeling particularly unmoored or when you need a more substantial reset. 1. Body scan meditation. Lie down. Slowly scan through your entire body, from head to toe, releasing tension as you go. We did a version of this in Chapter 4. 2. Restorative yoga. Even just 15 minutes of gentle, supported poses can completely shift your nervous system. Legs up the wall is my personal favorite. 3. The long walk. Get outside. Walk slowly, with no destination in mind. Let your thoughts settle like sediment in water. 4. Journaling plus breath. Combine the 4-6-8 breath with free writing. Breathe, then write whatever comes up. No editing. No judgment. Just release. The power of slowing down. Here's something that might sound counterintuitive. The fastest way to move your business forward is often to slow down.
I know.
It goes against everything we've been taught about hustle and productivity and making things happen. But here's what I've learned, both in my own business and in watching hundreds of clients. When you're moving fast from a place of fear, when you're rushing, forcing, pushing, you're operating from your sympathetic nervous system. Fight or flight. Survival mode. And from that place, you make reactive decisions. You say yes to things you shouldn't. You create content that doesn't land. You repel the very clients you're trying to attract. But when you slow down, when you ground yourself, when you come back to your body, when you give your nervous system permission to relax, you move into a completely different operating system. You access your intuition, your clarity, your creativity. You make better decisions. You show up more authentically. You radiate a completely different energy. And people feel it. Clients want to work with you. Opportunities open up. Things start to flow. Not because you're doing more, but because you're being more present. The story of Jennifer. Let me tell you about Jennifer. Jennifer owns a boutique. Beautiful, curated clothing and home goods. When she came to me, she was completely burnt out. She was working 12-hour days, 7 days a week. Social media posts every day. Emails at all hours. Constantly rearranging the store, creating new displays, running promotions. And sales were okay. Not terrible, but not great. Definitely not worth the amount of energy she was pouring in. I don't understand, she said. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. Why isn't it working? I asked her to walk me through a typical day. She started rattling it off. Wake up, check email, post on Instagram, open the store, help customers, while also responding to DMs, while also planning the next promotion, while also worrying about inventory. Close the store, go home, work on the website, fall into bed exhausted. When do you breathe? I asked. She looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. When do you just be? When do you slow down enough to actually feel your body, to enjoy your store, to connect with your customers from a place that isn't frantic? Long silence. I don't, she finally said. I can't. If I slow down, everything will fall apart. But here's what was actually happening. Jennifer's energy was so frenetic, so scattered, that customers could feel it the moment they walked into her store. They didn't feel relaxed and invited to browse. They felt rushed and like they were interrupting her. so they'd look around quickly and leave. We started with one simple practice. Every morning, before she opened the store, Jennifer had to sit in her car and do 5 minutes of the 4-6-8 breath. That's it. No meditation, no visualization, just breathing. The first few days, she hated it. "This feels like a waste of time," she texted me. But I told her to stick with it for 2 weeks. By week 2, something shifted. She started noticing that on the days she did her 5-minute breath practice, she felt calmer throughout the day, more present, less reactive, and customers started staying longer. They'd browse. They'd ask questions. They'd linger at the counter and chat with her. Sales started to tick up. Not because she was doing anything different strategically, but because her energy had completely changed. She was finally grounded enough to actually connect with the people in front of her. 3 months later, she had her best quarter in 2 years, and she was working fewer hours. The practice of slow is sacred. I want to introduce you to a concept that has changed my life and my business. Slow is sacred. In a culture that worships speed and productivity and constant motion, slowness feels radical, almost rebellious. But here's what I've learned. When you deliberately slow down, when you walk slower, talk slower, eat slower, breathe slower, you send a powerful signal to your nervous system. You're saying, "I'm not in danger. I have time. I'm safe." And when your nervous system gets that message, everything shifts. So here's the practice. Choose one activity each day where you intentionally slow down. Maybe it's eating breakfast without looking at your phone, walking to your car at half your normal speed, speaking slightly slower than usual, responding to emails after taking 3 breaths instead of firing off an immediate reply, showering with full presence instead of rushing through. The specific activity doesn't matter. What matters is that you practice the art of not rushing, of being fully present for one small thing. Because that presence, that groundedness, is what your business actually needs from you. Not more hustle, not more content, not more strategy, more presence. Practice your grounding toolkit. Okay, it's time to build your personal grounding toolkit. I want you to choose one practice from each category. My micro-grounding practice, when I have 60 seconds. My mini-grounding practice, when I have 5 minutes. My deep grounding practice, when I need a real reset. Write these down. Save them to your phone. Make them non-negotiable parts of your day. And then commit to this. For the next 7 days, you will do at least one grounding practice before you check email, before you look at social media, before you dive into your to-do list. Ground first, then work. It will feel backward at first. Your brain will scream that you don't have time, that you need to get going, that there's too much to do. But I promise you, that 5 minutes of grounding will save you hours of spinning. That one conscious breath before you post on social media will shift the entire energy of what you create. That moment of presence before a client call will change the outcome of the conversation. Grounding isn't a luxury. It's the most practical, powerful thing you can do for your business. What comes next? Now you know how to see what's happening in your body, phase 1. And you know how to stop the spiral and ground yourself, phase 2. But we're not done yet. Because once you've stopped the downward spin, once you've stabilized yourself, you need to know how to build momentum in the other direction. How do you fill your own cup? How do you expand your energy from the inside out? How do you become the frequency that actually attracts what you want? That's what we're diving into next. Phase 3. Expand it. This is where the magic starts to happen. Let's go. Chapter 6, Phase 3, Expand it, filling your cup so it overflows. You can't pour from an empty cup, and you can't attract abundance when you're running on fumes. Let me tell you why this matters more than you think. The depletion trap. Here's the pattern I see over and over again with entrepreneurs. They give and give and give. They show up for their clients. They create content. They respond to emails. They hold space. They solve problems. They pour everything they have into their business. And then they wonder why nothing is flowing back to them. Why the clients aren't coming. Why the money feels tight. Why they feel like they're pushing a boulder uphill. Here's what's actually happening. You're trying to create from an empty tank. And the universe, or your nervous system, or the electromagnetic field around you, whatever framework makes sense to you, can feel that emptiness. It knows you're depleted, and it responds accordingly. Think about it like this. Imagine you're at a party. There are two people in the room. One person is vibrant, laughing, fully present. They're enjoying themselves. They're not trying to get anything from anyone. They're just genuinely full of life and joy. The other person is exhausted,
Drained.
They're there, but they're going through the motions. You can feel them needing something: validation, energy, attention. Who do you want to be around? The person who's full, right? Because fullness is magnetic. It draws people in. Emptiness, on the other hand, even when it's trying to hide itself, repels. Not because people are mean or shallow, but because on a nervous system level, we're wired to move toward life force and away from depletion. So, if you want your business to thrive, if you want clients to flow to you easily, you have to fill yourself first. Not in a selfish way, in a sustainable way, because you can't give what you don't have. The self-nourishment principle. Let me introduce you to a concept that completely changed the way I run my business. I call it the self-nourishment principle, and it goes like this. The energy you give to yourself is the energy you have available to give to your business, not the other way around. Most people think it works like this. Once my business is successful, then I'll rest. Then I'll take care of myself. Then I'll do the things that fill me up. But that's backward. Because your business can only rise to the level of energy you're operating from. If you're depleted, your business will reflect that depletion in your sales, in your client relationships, in the opportunities that come or don't come your way. If you're full, genuinely resourced and nourished, your business will reflect that too. So the question isn't, how do I make my business successful so I can finally rest? The question is, how do I fill myself up right now so my business can flow from a place of overflow instead of scarcity? Why manifestation fails. Let's talk about why most manifestation practices don't work. You've probably tried it. You've visualized your dream clients. You've written down your revenue goals. You've made a vision board. You've repeated affirmations. And nothing happened. Or maybe something happened temporarily, but it didn't last.
Here's why.
You were trying to manifest from an empty cup. When you're depleted, when you're operating from fear or exhaustion, or I need this to work or I'm screwed, you're not actually in the frequency of what you're trying to attract. You're saying, I want abundance, but your nervous system is screaming, I don't have enough. You're saying, I want ease, but your body is clenched with effort and control. The words and the images don't matter. Your frequency is what matters. And if your frequency is depletion, lack, and desperation, that's what you'll continue to experience. This is why self-nourishment has to come first. Not as a reward for success, as the foundation for it. You have to fill yourself up, genuinely, deeply, before you can become the frequency that attracts what you want. The Lucky Girl Mini Habits. A while back, there was this trend on social media called Lucky Girl Syndrome. The idea was that some people just seem to be lucky. Things work out for them, opportunities fall into their lap, they're always in the right place at the right time. And the secret was that these people believed they were lucky. They expected good things to happen. They moved through the world with this unshakable sense that life was on their side. When I saw this trend, something clicked for me. Because what people were calling luck was actually just frequency. These so-called lucky people weren't doing anything magical. They were just operating from a place of fullness and trust. And that energy was magnetic. So I started developing what I call Lucky Girl Mini Habits. Small, daily practices designed to fill your cup and shift your frequency from depletion to overflow. These aren't manifestation techniques. They're self-nourishment practices. And the beautiful thing about them is they work even if you don't believe in manifestation. They work because they change your nervous system, which changes your energy, which changes what you attract. Let me walk you through the 3 core practices. Practice 1. Hand on Heart plus Self-Connection, 5 minutes. This is the practice I do every single morning before I do anything else. Before I check my phone. Before I think about my to-do list. Before I start planning or worrying or fixing. I place one hand on my heart and one hand on my belly. And I just check in. How am I feeling right now? Not how should I be feeling, or how do I want to feel? Just, how am I actually feeling right now in this moment? Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm anxious. Maybe I'm excited. Maybe I'm numb. Whatever it is, I let it be there without judgment. And then I do something that might sound strange, but I promise it's powerful. I speak to myself the way I would speak to someone I love. If I'm tired, I say, I know you're tired. That makes sense. You've been working hard. I see you. If I'm anxious, I say, I know you're worried. I know there's a lot on your mind. But right now, in this moment, you're safe. I'm here with you. If I'm excited, I say, yes, I feel that too. Something good is happening. Let's enjoy this. This practice takes 5 minutes, and it changes everything. Because here's what it does. It tells your nervous system that you're not alone, that you're being seen, that you're being held. Most of us move through our days completely disconnected from ourselves. We're so busy meeting everyone else's needs, managing everyone else's expectations, that we never stop to meet ourselves where we are. And our nervous system feels that abandonment. So it contracts. It goes into self-protection mode. It broadcasts scarcity. But when you take 5 minutes to come home to yourself, to place your hand on your heart and acknowledge what's true, something softens. Your nervous system relaxes. Your breath deepens. Your energy shifts. And from that place, you can move into your day as someone who is resourced instead of someone who is running on empty. Practice 2. Gratitude for what is working, 3 minutes. Okay, I know. Gratitude practices are everywhere. But most people do them wrong. They focus on big future things. I'm grateful for the business I'm building. I'm grateful for the clients who are coming. I'm grateful for the abundance that's on its way. And while there's nothing wrong with that, it doesn't actually shift your frequency. Because your nervous system knows the difference between what's real and what's hoped for. If you're trying to be grateful for things that haven't happened yet, you're still operating from lack. From, I don't have this, but I want it. So here's what I do instead. I find 3 things that are actually genuinely working right now. Not big things. Not perfect things. Just things that are working. Maybe it's, I paid my rent this month. Maybe it's, I had one really good client call yesterday. Maybe it's, I'm healthy enough to show up today. Maybe it's, the sun is shining and I can feel it on my face. Small, true, real things. And I let myself actually feel grateful for them. Not just think it. Feel it. I place my hand on my heart and I let the gratitude move through my body. Because here's what this does. It trains your nervous system to recognize that you already have good things. That life is already supporting you. And when your nervous system believes that, when it really feels it, you start operating from sufficiency instead of scarcity, from fullness instead of lack. And that shift, that's everything. Practice 3. Feeling the future now, 7 minutes. This is the closest thing to manifestation in my morning routine, but it's not what you think. I'm not visualizing specific outcomes. I'm not picturing exact dollar amounts or particular clients. Instead, I'm practicing the feeling. Here's how it works. I close my eyes. I take a few deep breaths. And I ask myself, what does it feel like in my body when my business is thriving? Not what does it look like? What does it feel like? And then I drop into my body and I let that feeling arise. For me, it feels like expansion in my chest, a lightness in my belly, a warmth spreading through my arms, a sense of groundedness in my legs, ease in my breath. I don't force it. I just invite it, and I let it build. I imagine walking into my office from this feeling, checking my email from this feeling, getting on a client call from this feeling, creating content from this feeling. I'm not trying to make anything happen. I'm just practicing the frequency. And here's the quantum part. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference between something that's happening and something you're vividly imagining. When you practice the feeling of success, when you let your body experience it as if it's real, you're literally rewiring your nervous system to recognize that state as normal, as safe, as home. And when that frequency becomes your baseline, the external world has no choice but to match it, not because of magic, but because you've become a walking embodiment of the thing you want to create. The morning energy ritual, putting it all together. Okay, let's bring all 3 practices together into one cohesive morning ritual. I call this the morning energy ritual, and it takes 15 minutes total. Here's the flow. Minutes 1 to 5. Hand on heart plus self-connection. Place your hands on your heart and belly. Check in. How am I feeling right now? Speak to yourself with compassion. Acknowledge what's true without judgment. Minutes 6 to 8. Gratitude for what is working. Find 3 specific things that are genuinely working right now. Let yourself feel the gratitude in your body. Notice where the gratitude lives, usually in your chest or belly. Minutes 9 to 15. Feeling the future now. Close your eyes and drop into your body. Ask, what does success feel like? Let that feeling build and spread through your body. Imagine moving through your day from this feeling. That's it. 15 minutes. And I promise you, this will change your business more than any marketing strategy ever could. Because you're not just changing what you're doing, you're changing who you're being. Why this isn't selfish. I need to address something that comes up for a lot of people when I introduce these practices. They feel selfish. I don't have time to sit around feeling my feelings. I have clients to serve. I have bills to pay. I have a business to run. I get it. I used to think the same thing. But here's what I've learned. Taking care of yourself is not separate from taking care of your business. When you fill your own cup, you have more to give. When you're resourced, you make better decisions. When you're connected to yourself, you're better able to connect with others. This isn't selfish. It's strategic. Think about it. Would you rather work with a coach who's burnout, depleted, and desperate for your money? Or a coach who's grounded, resourced, and genuinely full of life? Would you rather buy from a business owner who's operating from scarcity and fear? Or one who's operating from abundance and trust? Your clients can feel the difference. So can the universe. When you take care of yourself, when you genuinely nourish yourself, you become more magnetic, not less. You become someone people want to be around, someone people want to work with,
Someone people want to pay.
not because you're performing or pretending, but because you're actually full. And fullness is irresistible. The story of David. Let me tell you about David. David is a coach. Brilliant, compassionate, deeply skilled at what he does. When he came to me, he was exhausted. He'd been running his business for 5 years, and he'd hit a wall. "I'm working harder than I've ever worked," he said. "But I feel like I'm getting nowhere. Clients are slow to book. Money feels tight. I'm tired all the time, and I don't know what else to do." I asked him about his morning routine. "I don't really have one," he admitted. "I usually wake up, check email, see if any new clients have booked, and then start working." "So, you're starting your day by checking to see if you're enough?" I said. He stared at me. "What?" "You're checking email to see if you're valuable, to see if anyone wants you,
To see if you're okay.
That's how you're starting every single day." Long silence. I never thought about it that way. We made a deal. For the next 30 days, David would do the morning energy ritual before he checked anything. No email, no social media, no bank account. First, he would fill his own cup. The first week was hard. He kept reaching for his phone out of habit. He felt anxious and restless during the practices, like he was wasting time. But I told him to stick with it. By week 2, something started to shift. He was sleeping better. He was less anxious. He was making decisions more easily. And then, in week 3, something interesting happened. He got an email from a past client, someone he'd worked with 2 years ago, asking if he had space to work together again. She wanted to refer 3 friends. He booked all 4 of them in the same week. "I didn't do anything different," he told me, bewildered. "I didn't reach out to her. I didn't run any ads. She just showed up." "That's because your energy changed," I said. "You stopped operating from depletion. You started filling yourself up first." And she felt the shift, even from a distance. By the end of the 30 days, David had his fullest calendar in years. And he was working less. Not because he'd found some new marketing hack, but because he'd learned to resource himself first. The customizable template. Now, I know not everyone's morning looks the same. Maybe you're a parent and you have 10 minutes before kids wake up. Maybe you work a day job and can only do this on your lunch break. Maybe you're a night owl and mornings feel terrible for you. That's okay. The specific timing doesn't matter. What matters is the principle. Fill yourself first. So, here's a customizable template you can adapt to your life. If you have 5 minutes, hand on heart, 3 deep breaths. Ask, how am I feeling right now? Find one thing that's genuinely working. Let yourself feel it. If you have 10 minutes, do the 5-minute version above. Add 5 minutes of feeling the frequency of success in your body. That's it. If you have 15 minutes, Full morning energy ritual, all 3 practices. If you have 20 plus minutes. Full morning energy ritual. Plus, journaling, movement, or any other practice that fills you up. The goal isn't perfection. The goal is consistency. Even 5 minutes of genuine self-nourishment will shift your frequency more than 0 minutes. Practice. Design your morning energy ritual. Okay, your turn. I want you to commit to this. For the next 7 days, I will do some version of the morning energy ritual before I check my phone or dive into work. Write down your commitment. My morning energy ritual will take ________ minutes. It will include hand on heart plus self-connection, gratitude for what is working, feeling the future now, other ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ I will do it as soon as I wake up, after my shower, during my commute, on my lunch break, other _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Make this non-negotiable for the next week. Not as one more thing on your to-do list, as the foundation for everything else. Fill yourself first, then watch what happens. What comes next? Okay. You've learned how to see what's happening in your body, phase 1. You've learned how to stop the spiral and ground yourself, phase 2. You've learned how to fill your own cup, phase 3. Now it's time for the final phase, the one that takes all of this internal work and extends it outward into the world. Phase 4, radiate it. This is about learning to send out the frequency you've been cultivating, to let your energy ripple out beyond yourself, to become the kind of presence that naturally, effortlessly attracts what you're looking for. This is where overflow happens. This is where the magic becomes visible. Let's go. Chapter 7, Phase 4, Radiate It, the practice of energetic generosity. Here's the secret no one tells you. The fastest way to receive is to give. Not money, not time, energy. Let me show you what I mean. The overflow principle. Remember that coffee shop story from Chapter 1? The one where 2 shops on the same block had completely different energy and completely different results? Here's what was happening in the second shop, the one that was always full. The owner wasn't just taking care of himself. He was radiating. You could feel it the moment you walked in. This sense of ease, of abundance, of genuine warmth that had nothing to do with whether you bought something or not. He wasn't trying to get anything from you. He was just full. And that fullness spilled over onto everyone around him. The baristas felt it. They were relaxed, playful, present. The customers felt it. They lingered. They came back. They told their friends. That's what I mean by radiating. It's what happens when you've filled your own cup so completely that it naturally overflows onto the people around you. You're not giving from depletion. You're not performing generosity while secretly hoping for something in return. You're just genuinely resourced, and that energy moves through you and out into the world without effort. This is the frequency that changes everything in business. Because when you're radiating, when you're operating from true overflow, people don't feel sold to. They feel seen, held, invited into something good, and they respond by moving toward you. Why sending good vibes actually works. Okay, let's get a little scientific for a minute. Remember from Chapter 1 when we talked about the electromagnetic field of your heart? Your heart generates an electromagnetic field that extends 3 to 6 feet beyond your body. That field carries information about your emotional state, and other people's nervous systems can detect it, even if they're not consciously aware of it. This isn't metaphysical. This is measurable. But here's the part that's really interesting. You can intentionally shape the quality of that field. When you practice sending out positive energy, when you genuinely wish well for others, when you hold space with compassion, when you radiate goodwill, your heart rhythm becomes more coherent, more organized, more harmonious. And that coherence gets transmitted through your electromagnetic field. Other people's nervous systems pick up on that coherence, and they respond by relaxing, opening, trusting. This is why some people just feel good to be around. This is why some business owners attract clients effortlessly. This is why some stores always have customers and others sit empty. It's not luck. It's frequency. And you can cultivate it deliberately. The loving-kindness practice for business. There's an ancient meditation practice called metta, or loving-kindness meditation. Traditionally, it involves sitting quietly and sending wishes of well-being to yourself, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, and eventually to all beings everywhere. It sounds simple, almost too simple to be effective. But the research on this practice is remarkable. People who practice metta regularly show increased positive emotions, decreased anxiety and depression, greater sense of social connection, more compassion for self and others, improved vagal tone, better nervous system regulation. And here's what I've discovered. When you adapt this practice for your business, it becomes one of the most powerful tools you have for shifting your frequency. Not because you're manifesting clients, but because you're training your nervous system to operate from abundance instead of scarcity, from generosity instead of grasping, from connection instead of competition. Let me teach you how I do it. The 7-minute positive energy transmission. This is my version of loving-kindness practice specifically designed for entrepreneurs and business owners. I do this practice 2 to 3 times a week, usually on days when I'm feeling contracted or when I notice myself slipping into comparison or scarcity thinking. It takes 7 minutes, and it completely shifts my energy. Here's how it works. Minute 1. Send to yourself. Place your hand on your heart. Take a few deep breaths and say, either silently or out loud, may I be well. May I be peaceful. May I be successful in ways that feel good. May I have everything I need. Don't just think the words.
Feel them.
Let them land in your body. Minute 2. Send to your business. Now imagine your business as if it were a living entity. Picture it in whatever way feels right, maybe as a plant, maybe as a light, maybe just as a feeling, and send it the same energy. May my business be well. May it serve the people who need it. May it grow in sustainable, aligned ways. May it have everything it needs to thrive. Minute 3. Send to your current clients. Bring to mind the people you're currently serving. Your clients, your customers, your audience. You don't need to picture them individually. Just hold them as a group in your awareness. May they be well. May they receive exactly what they need. May they thrive. May our work together serve their highest good. Minute 4. Send to future clients. Now imagine the people who are on their way to you. The ones who need what you offer, but haven't found you yet. May they find me easily. May our paths cross at the perfect time. May I be ready to serve them well. May our connection benefit us both. Minute 5. Send to your competitors. This is the one that trips people up. But stay with me. Bring to mind other people in your industry. People doing similar work.
People you might be tempted to compare yourself to.
And send them genuine goodwill. May they be successful. May they serve their people well. May there be more than enough for all of us. May we lift each other up. This one is powerful, because when you can genuinely wish well for your competitors, you're operating from abundance. And that frequency is magnetic. Minute 6. Send to your community. Expand your awareness to include your broader community, your city, your industry, your network. May everyone in this space thrive. May we all support each other's growth. May there be abundance for everyone. May we create a rising tide that lifts all boats. Minute 7. Send to everyone. Finally, expand your awareness as wide as it will go. Imagine your energy rippling out to your state, your country, the world. May all beings be well. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings thrive. May everyone have what they need. Then take a final deep breath. Place your hand on your heart and let yourself feel the resonance of what you just did. When to use this practice? Use the 7-minute positive energy transmission. When you're feeling jealous or competitive, this will shift you out of scarcity and back into abundance. Before you open your store or office, set the energetic tone for the day. When business feels slow, instead of contracting into fear, expand into generosity. Before a big launch or event, prime your nervous system for success and connection. When you're about to post on social media, shift from "I hope people like this" to "I'm offering something valuable." Anytime you notice yourself operating from lack, this practice is the antidote. The more you do it, the more natural it becomes, and the more your default frequency shifts from grasping to giving. The mirror neuron effect. Here's something fascinating from neuroscience. You have cells in your brain called mirror neurons. They fire both when you perform an action and when you watch someone else perform that action. This is how babies learn. This is how we develop empathy. This is why emotions are contagious. If you're around someone who's anxious, your mirror neurons pick up on that anxiety, and you start to feel it too. If you're around someone who's calm and grounded, your mirror neurons pick up on that calm, and you start to feel it too. This happens automatically beneath conscious awareness. And it's happening in your business all the time. When you're anxious and contracted, your clients and customers pick up on that energy through their mirror neurons. They start to feel anxious too, even if they don't know why. But when you're genuinely grounded and radiating positive energy, they pick up on that too. They start to feel calm, safe, open. This is why your internal state matters so much. You're not just managing your own experience. You're shaping the experience of everyone you interact with. When you practice radiating positive energy, when you make it a deliberate part of your day, you're literally changing the emotional atmosphere around you. And people respond by wanting to be near you, by trusting you, by saying yes to working with you. Not because you convinced them, but because their nervous system felt safe with you. The ripple effect. Here's what I've noticed over and over again with clients who practice this. The internal shift creates immediate external changes. Not always in obvious ways. Not always in the exact way you expected. But something shifts. Maybe a past client reaches out of the blue. Maybe someone refers a friend. Maybe an opportunity appears that you weren't even looking for. It's like the universe was just waiting for you to change your frequency, and the moment you do, things that were stuck start moving. I call this the ripple effect. When you shift internally, the effects ripple outward in ways you can't always track or control. Your energy changes. Your team feels it. Your clients feel it. People in your network feel it. Even strangers on the internet feel it. And they respond. Not because you did anything different externally, but because you became someone different energetically. The story of my biggest sales day. I need to tell you about something that happened last year. I had a launch coming up, a new program I was really excited about. I'd been planning it for months. Everything was in place. The sales page was ready. The emails were scheduled. And the week before launch, I got hit with this wave of anxiety. What if nobody signs up? What if people don't see the value? What if I'm asking for too much? I could feel myself contracting, getting tight, moving into scarcity. So I did something that felt completely counterintuitive. Instead of spending that week pushing harder, instead of posting more, emailing more, doing more, I pulled back. I didn't do any promotional posts. I didn't send any sales emails. I didn't try to convince anyone of anything. Instead, I spent 20 minutes every morning doing the positive energy transmission. I sent energy to myself, to my business, to the people who were meant to find this program, to everyone in my industry, to everyone everywhere. I imagined myself as a lighthouse, not chasing ships, just radiating light steadily and trusting that the right ships would find their way to shore. And then I let it go. Launch day came. Within the first hour, I had 5 enrollments. By the end of the day, 12. It was the biggest sales day I'd ever had, and I'd done almost nothing externally to make it happen. What had changed? My frequency. I'd stopped operating from, I need you to buy so I can feel okay. And I'd started operating from, I'm offering something valuable, and I trust that the right people will find it. That shift from grasping to radiating made all the difference. Operating from overflow versus operating from need. Let me draw a clear distinction because this is where a lot of people get confused. Operating from need. You're focused on what you don't have. You're trying to get something from people. Your energy is contracting, grasping, pulling. You feel anxious and desperate. Your messaging sounds pushy. People feel pressured and back away. Operating from overflow. You're focused on what you do have. You're offering something valuable. Your energy is expanding, giving, radiating. You feel grounded and generous. Your messaging sounds inviting. People feel welcomed and move toward you. Same business, same offer, completely different frequency.
And here's the thing.
You can't fake overflow. You can't pretend to be generous while secretly being desperate. Your nervous system will give you away every time. This is why all the previous phases matter so much. You have to actually see what's happening in your body. You have to actually stop the spiral and ground yourself. You have to actually fill your own cup. Only then, only when you're genuinely resourced, can you radiate from a place of true overflow. And that's when everything changes. Practice the pre-work energy set. I want to give you one more practice for this phase. I call it the pre-work energy set, and it's designed to help you shift from whatever state you're in into a state of radiant generosity before you start your workday. Do this before you open your laptop, before you check email, before you post on social media. Step 1, ground 2 minutes. Feet on the floor. Hand on heart. 3 deep breaths. I'm here. I'm present. I'm okay. Step 2, fill 3 minutes. What am I grateful for right now? What's genuinely working in my life and business? Let yourself feel it in your body. Step 3, expand 2 minutes. What does success feel like in my body? Let that feeling build and spread. Imagine moving through your day from this feeling. Step 4. Radiate 3 minutes. Quick version of the positive energy transmission. Send energy to yourself, your business, your clients, current and future. Set the intention. May my work today serve the highest good of everyone involved. Total time, 10 minutes. That's it. 10 minutes to shift from operating from need to operating from overflow. 10 minutes to become the frequency that attracts what you're looking for. The invitation. Here's what I want you to understand. You're not in competition with anyone. There is enough. Enough clients. Enough money. Enough success. And the more you operate from that truth, the more you genuinely radiate abundance instead of hoarding it, the more it flows to you. This isn't spiritual bypassing. This isn't pretending scarcity doesn't exist. This is recognizing that scarcity is a frequency, and abundance is a frequency, and you get to choose which one you operate from. When you choose abundance, when you fill yourself up and let that fullness overflow onto everyone around you, you become magnetic in a way that no marketing strategy can replicate. People want to be near you. Opportunities find you. Your business grows with ease instead of force. Not because you're lucky, but because you've become the frequency of what you want to create. What comes next? We've covered a lot of ground. You know how to see what's happening in your body. You know how to ground yourself and stop the spiral. You know how to fill your own cup. You know how to radiate that energy outward. But here's the final piece. How do you make this sustainable? How do you turn these practices into a way of life instead of just something you do when you remember? How do you keep the momentum going when things get hard again, because they will? That's what we're diving into in the final phase. Phase 5. Celebrate IT. The gratitude loop that magnetizes sales. This is about closing the circle, creating a feedback loop that keeps you in the frequency of abundance, even when circumstances shift. This is how soft power becomes your new normal. Let's finish strong. Chapter 8, Phase 5. Celebrate it. The gratitude loop that magnetizes sales. Gratitude isn't just a nice feeling. It's a frequency. And it's the frequency of abundance. Let me show you why this matters and why most people get this completely backward. The gratitude paradox. Here's what usually happens. Someone's business is struggling. Sales are slow. Money feels tight. And they think, I'll be grateful when things turn around. When I hit my revenue goal. When I finally feel successful. They're waiting for the external circumstances to change before they allow themselves to feel grateful. But here's the problem. Gratitude doesn't happen after success. Gratitude creates success. Let me explain. When you're in a state of genuine gratitude, when you're acknowledging and appreciating what you already have, you're broadcasting the frequency of sufficiency, of I have enough, of abundance. And that frequency is magnetic. It tells your nervous system, we're okay, we're safe, we're supported. And when your nervous system believes that, it stops operating from survival mode. It relaxes. It opens. It allows. And from that open, allowing state, good things flow. But when you're waiting to be grateful until after you get what you want, you're still operating from lack. From I don't have enough. From scarcity. And that frequency repels exactly what you're trying to attract. So the question isn't, how do I get successful so I can finally feel grateful? The question is, how do I practice gratitude now so I can create the conditions for success? The science of gratitude. Let's get nerdy for a minute because the research on gratitude is pretty remarkable. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience a lower stress hormones, less cortisol, better heart rate variability, sign of a regulated nervous system, improved sleep quality, greater optimism and positive emotions, stronger immune function, increased resilience in the face of challenges. But here's what's really interesting for business owners. People who practice gratitude also show better decision-making abilities, more creativity and problem-solving capacity, greater willingness to help others, which builds connection and community, increased patience, less likely to make reactive decisions. All of these things directly impact your business. When you're more creative, you come up with better ideas. When you make better decisions, you say yes to the right opportunities and no to the wrong ones. When you're more patient, you don't operate from desperation. When you're more willing to help others, you build genuine relationships that turn into referrals and collaborations. Gratitude isn't just nice. It's strategic. It rewires your brain and your nervous system in ways that make success more likely, more sustainable, and more enjoyable. Why we skip celebration. But here's what I've noticed with most entrepreneurs. They're terrible at celebrating. They hit a goal and immediately move the goalposts. They land a client and immediately think about the next one they need to land. They have a good month and immediately worry about whether next month will be as good. They're always focused on what's next, what's missing, what's not done yet. And I get it. I used to do this too. There's this voice in your head that says, if I celebrate now, I'll get complacent. I'll lose my edge. I need to stay hungry. But that voice is lying to you. Because what actually happens when you never celebrate is this. You train your nervous system to believe that nothing you do is ever enough. You could double your revenue, and your brain would barely register it before moving on to the next problem. You could get amazing feedback from a client, and your brain would dismiss it as a fluke. You could have a win that you've been working toward for months, and your brain would shrug and say, okay, but what about this other thing? And over time, that constant state of never enough becomes your baseline. It becomes the frequency you're broadcasting. Not success, not confidence, not abundance, just more striving, more grasping, more lack. And that's exactly the frequency that keeps you stuck. The momentum loop. Let me introduce you to a concept that changed everything for me. I call it the momentum loop, and it works like this. 1. You acknowledge a win, no matter how small. 2. You feel genuine appreciation for it. 3. Your nervous system registers. Good things are happening. 4. Your frequency shifts to abundance. 5. You attract more good things. 6. You acknowledge the new win. And the loop continues. This is how you build sustainable momentum. Not by constantly pushing. Not by white-knuckling your way to success. But by creating a feedback loop where success builds on itself, because you're actually acknowledging it when it happens. Most people break the loop at step 1. They don't acknowledge the win. They move right past it. And when you do that, you never get to step 3. Your nervous system never registers that good things are happening. So it stays in survival mode, always scanning for threats, never relaxing into trust. But when you complete the loop, when you actually pause and acknowledge each win, you train your nervous system to recognize that you're moving in the right direction. And that recognition creates more movement. What counts as a win? Here's where people get stuck. They think a win has to be something big. A major sale. A big client. A revenue milestone. And because they're waiting for big wins, they miss all the small ones happening every day. But here's the truth. Small wins count. In fact, small wins count more than big wins because they're more frequent, which means you have more opportunities to practice gratitude and feed the momentum loop. So, let me redefine win for you. A win is anything that moved you forward, even slightly. You sent a proposal you've been putting off?
Win.
You had a good conversation with a potential client?
Win.
You posted on social media even though you felt scared?
Win.
You held a boundary with a difficult client?
Win.
You paid your bills this month?
Win.
You showed up today even though you felt like hiding?
Win.
See how many wins you're actually having when you start paying attention? Most people are surrounded by evidence of their progress, but they're so busy looking for the next big thing that they never see it. The daily win practice. Here's the practice that has made the biggest difference in my business. Every evening before I close my laptop, I write down 3 wins from the day. That's it. 3 things that went well. 3 things I want to acknowledge. They don't have to be perfect. They don't have to be big. They just have to be true. Some days my wins look like had a great session with a client and she had a breakthrough. Sent the email I've been avoiding for a week. Took a walk in the middle of the day instead of powering through. Other days, when things are harder, my wins look like got out of bed, even though I didn't want to. Didn't check my bank account obsessively. Asked for help instead of trying to do everything myself. The content doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm training my brain to look for evidence of progress instead of evidence of failure. I'm completing the momentum loop every single day. And over time, my baseline frequency has shifted from never enough to look at all the good things that are happening. That shift? That's everything. The weekly celebration ritual. In addition to the daily practice, I also do a weekly celebration ritual. Every Friday afternoon or Sunday evening if Friday got away from me, I sit down with a journal and I do this. 1. What were my 3 biggest wins this week? Business wins, personal wins, internal wins. Anything counts. 2. What am I most proud of? This is different from wins. This is about character, about showing up, about doing hard things. 3. What did I learn? Even if the week was hard, what did it teach me? 4. What evidence do I have that I'm moving in the right direction? This one is key. Your brain will always find evidence for whatever you're looking for. So deliberately look for evidence of progress. 5. What am I grateful for? 3 specific things, as specific as possible. This practice takes about 10 minutes, and it completely shifts my energy going into the next week. Instead of starting Monday feeling behind and anxious, I start feeling grounded in the progress I've already made. The revenue gratitude ritual. Now, let's talk about money, because this is where people get really weird about celebration and gratitude. Here's what usually happens. Money comes in, and instead of celebrating it, you immediately think about where it needs to go. Okay, I got paid, but now I have to pay rent and taxes and that invoice and... Before you've even acknowledged the money that came in, you've mentally spent it and moved into scarcity. I used to do this all the time, and it kept me in a constant state of never enough. So I created a ritual that changed my entire relationship with money. I call it the revenue gratitude ritual, and here's how it works. Every time money comes into your business, every single time, you pause and acknowledge it before you do anything else. It doesn't matter if it's $20 or $20,000. You pause, and you say out loud if possible, "Thank you. Thank you for this money. Thank you for this exchange. Thank you for the person who paid me. Thank you that I get to do this work. Thank you, that value is flowing to me. You let yourself actually feel grateful for it, for the fact that someone valued your work enough to pay for it, for the fact that you have something valuable to offer, for the fact that you're being supported. Then and only then do you move on to paying bills or saving or whatever else you need to do with it. This practice takes 30 seconds, and it has completely transformed how I relate to money, because I'm no longer treating it like it's just passing through. I'm acknowledging it, appreciating it, creating a relationship with it, and money responds to that. I know that sounds weird, but I've seen it happen over and over again with myself and with clients. When you shift from taking money for granted to genuinely appreciating it, more of it shows up. Not because of magic, but because you've shifted from the frequency of never enough to the frequency of I'm receiving. I'm supported. There's more where that came from. The story of Maria. Let me tell you about Maria. Maria is a virtual assistant, incredibly skilled, detail-oriented, the kind of person every entrepreneur dreams of working with. But when she came to me, she was burnout and broke. I'm working all the time, she said. I have clients. I'm making money, but it never feels like enough. I'm always stressed about whether I'll have enough work next month. I can't seem to get ahead. I asked her to walk me through what happens when a client pays her. I check my bank account, see that the payment came through, and then immediately start calculating what I owe, rent, groceries, that bill I forgot about. And then I panic because it's not enough. Okay, I said. So you never actually acknowledge the money that came in. You just immediately move into scarcity. I guess so. We started with the revenue gratitude ritual. Every single time a client paid her, even if it was a small payment, she had to pause and say thank you, out loud, with her hand on her heart. The first time she did it, she texted me, "This feels ridiculous." I told her to keep going. Within 2 weeks, she noticed something shifting. I don't know how to explain it, she said, but I feel differently about money. I used to feel like it was slipping through my fingers. Now I feel like it's choosing to come to me. Does that make sense? It made perfect sense. She was no longer treating money like a scarce resource she had to grasp at. She was treating it like a welcome guest, an exchange of value, something to be grateful for. And 3 months later, she'd raised her rates, attracted 3 new retainer clients, and was finally able to breathe financially. Nothing about her skills had changed. Nothing about her marketing had changed. Just her frequency. The comparison detox. Okay, I need to address something that breaks the momentum loop faster than anything else. Comparison. You have a good day. You land a client. You hit a revenue goal. And then you scroll Instagram. And you see someone who's doing better than you. Making more money. Working with bigger clients. Getting more engagement. And suddenly, your win doesn't feel like a win anymore. It feels small. Insufficient. Not enough. And just like that, you've broken the momentum loop. Because comparison takes you out of gratitude and drops you right back into lack. So, here's what I want you to understand. There will always be someone ahead of you. Always. If you make $50,000, you'll compare yourself to people making $100,000. If you make $100,000, you'll compare yourself to people making $500,000. If you make $500,000, you'll compare yourself to people making millions. There is no amount of success that will make comparison go away unless you decide to stop playing that game. And the way you stop playing? You come back to your own wins, your own progress, your own journey. This is your path. not theirs. What they're doing has nothing to do with what's available to you. Their success doesn't diminish yours. In fact, it proves that success is possible, that there's enough to go around. So, here's the practice. Every time you notice yourself comparing, stop and do this. 1. Name it. I'm comparing myself to person. That's what's happening. 2. Feel where it lives in your body. I feel it in my chest/stomach/throat. It feels like tightness/heaviness/contraction. 3. Breathe into that space. 3 slow breaths. Let it soften if it wants to. 4. Redirect. Their success has nothing to do with my success. There is enough for everyone. Let me come back to my own wins. 5. Find one thing you're genuinely proud of. Something true. Something yours. This practice interrupts the comparison spiral and brings you back to your own frequency, making it sustainable. Okay, let's bring this all together. You've learned how to see what's happening in your body, how to ground yourself and stop the spiral, how to fill your own cup, how to radiate energy outward, how to celebrate and create momentum. But how do you actually sustain this? How do you make it a way of life instead of just something you do when you remember? Here's my answer. You build it into your routine, not as one more thing to do, as the foundation for everything else. Here's what my sustainable soft power routine looks like. Morning, 15 minutes. Morning energy ritual, all 3 phases: self-connection, gratitude, feeling the future. Midday, 5 minutes. Quick check-in. Where am I on the emotional guidance scale? If I'm below neutral, I do the 4-6-8 breath. If I'm neutral or above, I just notice and appreciate. Before work starts, 10 minutes. Pre-work energy set, ground, fill, expand, radiate. End of day, 5 minutes. Write down 3 wins. Revenue gratitude ritual. If money came in, release the day with 3 deep breaths. Weekly, 30 minutes. Weekly celebration ritual. Review wins, lessons, gratitude. Set intention, not goals. Intention for the week ahead. Total time investment, about 45 minutes per day, plus 30 minutes per week. That's it. Less than an hour a day to completely transform the frequency you're operating from. Is it worth it? Let me put it this way. That hour will do more for your business than any marketing strategy, any productivity hack, any hustle harder mentality ever could. Because you're not just changing what you do, you're changing who you are. Practice your 30-day frequency reset challenge. All right, here's my invitation to you. For the next 30 days, commit to this. Daily. A morning energy ritual, 15 minutes. A pre-work energy set, 10 minutes. A 3 wins at end of day, 5 minutes. Weekly. Weekly celebration ritual, 30 minutes. 1 longer grounding practice, 20 minutes. As needed. Spiral catcher, when you notice yourself dropping. A 4-6-8 breath before any important business activity. Revenue gratitude ritual every time money comes in. Track it however works for you in a journal, on your phone, on a calendar. And at the end of 30 days, look back and notice. How has your energy shifted? What's different about your business? What opportunities showed up? How do you feel in your body? What's changed about your relationship with your work? Don't expect overnight miracles, but do expect steady, sustainable shifts. Because that's how frequency work actually works. Not through force, not through one big breakthrough, but through consistent, gentle, daily practice. 1 breath at a time. one moment at a time, one frequency shift at a time. The final truth. I want to leave you with this. Your business is not separate from you. It's an extension of you, a reflection of you, a mirror of your internal state. When you heal yourself, when you ground yourself, resource yourself, open yourself, your business heals too. When you shift your frequency from fear to trust, from scarcity to abundance, from depletion to overflow, your business shifts too. Not because you're manifesting, but because you've become magnetic, because you've learned to operate from soft power instead of force. And soft power? It's the most powerful thing there is. It's the power of water shaping stone. It's the power of a seed cracking concrete. It's the power of being so full, so grounded, so genuinely yourself that the world has no choice but to respond. That's what's available to you. Not someday. Not when you hit some arbitrary goal.
Right now.
In this moment. In this breath. Welcome home. Part 3: Living the Soft Power Life. Chapter 9: Your 30-Day Frequency Reset Practice. Knowledge without practice is just information. This is where transformation happens. Let me walk you through exactly how to integrate everything you've learned into a sustainable, life-changing practice. Why 30 days? First, let's talk about why I'm asking you to commit to 30 days specifically. There's a myth floating around that it takes 21 days to form a habit. That number came from a plastic surgeon in the 1960s who noticed it took his patients about 21 days to get used to their new appearance. But more recent research tells us something different. It takes an average of 66 days for a new behavior to become automatic. But here's the thing. I'm not asking you to wait 66 days to see results. Because frequency work is different from habit formation. With frequency work, you start feeling shifts almost immediately. Within days, sometimes within hours. But it takes about 30 days for those shifts to stabilize. For your nervous system to really trust that this new baseline is safe. For the new frequency to become your default instead of something you have to consciously reach for. So 30 days is the sweet spot. Long enough to create real change. Short enough to feel doable. And at the end of 30 days, you'll have built enough momentum that continuing will feel natural instead of effortful. What to expect? The 4 weeks. Let me walk you through what each week typically looks like so you know what's normal and what to pay attention to. Week 1. The resistance week. This is the hardest week. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Your brain is going to fight you.
Hard.
It's going to tell you, this is taking too much time. This isn't working. This is stupid. You should be doing something more productive. You don't need this, you're fine. This is not a sign that you're doing it wrong. This is a sign that you're doing it right. Your nervous system is comfortable with the familiar, even when the familiar is painful. And you're asking it to try something new. Of course, it's going to resist. So in week 1, your only job is to show up. Don't worry about doing it perfectly. Don't judge yourself if it feels awkward or uncomfortable. Just do the practices. Even if it feels like nothing is happening. I promise you, something is happening. Your nervous system is starting to learn a new pattern. It just doesn't trust it yet. Week 2, the softening week. This is when things start to shift. The practices will start to feel a little easier, a little more natural. You'll probably notice you're sleeping a little better. You're less reactive to triggers. You catch yourself before you spiral all the way down. Small moments of ease or spaciousness in your day. These aren't huge shifts, but they're real. And they're evidence that your frequency is changing. This is the week when people usually text me and say, I don't know if it's related, but something weird happened. It's related. Week 3, the integration week. This is when the magic starts to become visible. By week 3, the practices have become part of your routine. You're not fighting yourself to do them anymore. You're actually looking forward to them. And you start to notice external shifts. A client you haven't heard from in months reaches out. Someone refers you to a friend. A collaboration opportunity appears. That thing you've been waiting for suddenly moves forward. You have a conversation that feels easy and leads somewhere good. Again, you can't always trace a direct line from your internal practice to these external results, but you'll start to see the pattern. When you shift internally, the external world responds. Week 4, the new baseline week. By week 4, something profound happens. This new way of being starts to feel normal. You're not trying to be grounded anymore. You just are. You're not trying to be grateful. You just are. You're not trying to radiate positive energy. You just do. Your baseline frequency has shifted. And because it's shifted, everything that flows from it, your decisions, your actions, your interactions, is different too. This is when clients often tell me, I feel like a different person, but I also feel like myself for the first time in years. That's because you're not becoming someone new. You're just finally coming home to who you actually are underneath all the fear and striving. Your daily practice structure. Okay, let's get practical. Here's exactly what your daily practice looks like. I've broken it into 3 tiers, depending on how much time you have. Tier 1, the essential practice, 20 minutes total. If you're short on time, this is your baseline. Do this every single day, no exceptions. Morning, 15 minutes. Minutes 1 to 5, hand on heart plus self-connection. Minutes 6 to 8, gratitude for what is working. Minutes 9 to 15, feeling the future now. Evening 5 minutes. Write down 3 wins from the day. If money came in, do the revenue gratitude ritual. 3 deep breaths to release the day. Tier 2, the standard practice, 35 minutes total. This is what I recommend if you have a little more time. It includes everything from Tier 1 plus a few key additions. Morning, 15 minutes. Full morning energy ritual, as above. Before work, 10 minutes. A pre-work energy set. Ground, fill, expand, radiate. Set one intention for the day, not a to-do, an energy. Today I move with ease, or today I trust the process. Evening, 10 minutes. 3 wins from the day. Revenue gratitude ritual, if applicable. 5 minutes of 4-6-8 breath to signal end of workday. Journal prompt. What did I learn today? Tier 3, the deep practice, 50 minutes total. This is for when you really want to go deep, or when you're in a particularly challenging season and need extra support. Morning, 20 minutes. Full morning energy ritual, 15 minutes. 5 minutes of the positive energy transmission. Send to yourself, your business, your clients, your community. Midday, 5 minutes. Check-in. Where am I on the emotional guidance scale? If below neutral, spiral catcher. If neutral or above, just breathe and appreciate. Before work, 10 minutes. A pre-work energy set. Evening, 15 minutes. 3 wins. Revenue gratitude ritual. 10 minutes of body scan or restorative practice. Set yourself up for good sleep with intention. I release this day. I trust tomorrow will unfold as it needs to. Choose the tier that feels sustainable for you. You can always adjust as you go. The weekly check-in. In addition to your daily practice, set aside 30 minutes once a week for a deeper check-in. I do mine on Sunday evenings, but choose whatever day works for you. Here's the structure. Part 1. Reflect 10 minutes. Answer these questions in your journal. 1. What were my 3 biggest wins this week? 2. What challenged me this week, and how did I respond? 3. Where did I notice my frequency shift up or down? 4. What am I most proud of? 5. What's one thing I want to release before the new week begins? Part 2. Celebrate 5 minutes. This is important. Don't skip it. Look at your wins from the week. Really look at them. Place your hand on your heart and say, "Look at what I did. Look at how I showed up. I'm proud of myself." Let yourself feel it. This is how you complete the momentum loop. Part 3. Recalibrate 10 minutes. Now look at the week ahead. Not to plan every detail, but to set your energetic intention. Ask yourself, what frequency do I want to operate from this week? What would it feel like to move through this week with ease? If I were my highest self, how would I show up? Then do 5 minutes of the Feeling the Future Now practice, imagining yourself moving through the week from that frequency. Part 4. Release 5 minutes. End with the 4-6-8 breath or any grounding practice that helps you let go and trust. You've set the intention. Now release attachment to specific outcomes and trust that you're being guided. How to track your progress. I'm a big believer in tracking, not in an obsessive way, but in a way that helps you see patterns you might otherwise miss. Here's what I recommend tracking over your 30 days. Daily. Did I do my morning energy ritual? Did I write down 3 wins? How would I rate my energy today? 1 to 10 scale. 1 sentence note about anything significant that happened. Weekly. Did I do my weekly check-in? What was my average energy rating this week? What external shifts did I notice? New clients, opportunities, synchronicities, etc. You can do this in a journal, in a notes app, or on a simple spreadsheet. The method doesn't matter. What matters is that you're paying attention. Because here's what I've found. When you track your frequency work, you start to see correlations you wouldn't have noticed otherwise. You'll see that the week you were really consistent with your practices, 3 new clients showed up. You'll see that the day you skipped your morning ritual, you ended up spiraling by midday. You'll see evidence, concrete, trackable evidence that this work actually works. And that evidence will keep you going when your brain tries to convince you to quit. Common obstacles and how to navigate them. Let me address the obstacles that almost everyone encounters, so you're prepared when they show up. Obstacle 1. I don't have time for this. This is the most common one. And I get it, you're busy. But here's the truth. You don't have time not to do this. That hour you spend spinning in anxiety, that's time you could have spent working productively if you'd grounded yourself first. That evening you spend doom scrolling because you're too fried to do anything else, that's time you could have spent resting if you'd released the day with a proper practice. The practices I'm giving you aren't taking time away from your business. They're creating the conditions for your business to actually work. Start with Tier 1. Just 20 minutes. If you truly don't have 20 minutes, your problem isn't time, it's boundaries. Obstacle 2. I'm not feeling anything. Am I doing it wrong? Some people feel immediate, dramatic shifts. Others have subtler experiences. If you're not feeling much, that doesn't mean it's not working.
Check your body.
Are you sleeping better? Are you slightly less reactive? Are you catching yourself before you spiral? Those are all signs of shift, even if they don't feel dramatic. Also remember, some of us are disconnected from our bodies as a protective mechanism. If that's you, the fact that you're not feeling much might actually be what we're working on. Keep showing up. The feeling will come. Obstacle 3. I did the practice and then something bad happened. This isn't working. Frequency work is not a force field that prevents bad things from happening. Life still happens. Clients still cancel. Unexpected expenses still arise. Challenging days still come. But here's what changes: your capacity to navigate those things. The question isn't, did anything go wrong? The question is, when something went wrong, was I able to come back to center faster? Did I spiral less? Did I handle it with more grace? That's the real measure of success. Obstacle 4. I missed a day or 3. Should I start over?
No.
Absolutely not. Perfection is not the goal.
Consistency is.
If you miss a day, just pick up where you left off. Don't make it mean something about your worthiness or your ability to succeed. You're learning a new way of being. That takes time. And it includes mistakes and restarts. Be kind to yourself. The power of community. Here's something I've learned over the years. This work is easier when you don't do it alone. If you can find even one person, a friend, a colleague, another entrepreneur, who's willing to commit to the 30 days with you, your chances of success increase dramatically. You can check in with each other weekly. Share wins and challenges. Celebrate each other's progress. Hold gentle accountability. Not in a pressuring way. Not in a you're failing if you miss a day way. Just in a I see you. I'm with you. Let's do this together way. If you don't have someone in your immediate circle, consider finding an online community of people doing similar work. Or start your own. Post about your commitment and invite others to join you. We're wired for connection. Use that. My promise to you. If you commit to these practices for 30 days, if you really genuinely show up, here's what I believe will happen. You will feel different. You will show up different. Your business will respond differently. I can't promise specific revenue numbers. I can't promise a certain number of new clients. But I can promise this. You will become more magnetic, more grounded, more present, more genuinely yourself. And from that place, the right opportunities will find you. The right people will be drawn to you. The right next steps will become clear. Not because you forced them, but because you finally got out of the way. Practice your 30-day commitment. Okay, it's time to make it real. I want you to write this down in a journal, on a piece of paper, wherever feels significant to you. My 30-day frequency reset commitment. I _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Commit to practicing the soft power way for the next 30 days. I will practice. Morning energy ritual, 15-minute daily. 3 wins, 5-minute daily. Weekly check-in, 30-minute weekly. Any other practices I'm committing to? I'm doing this because. Write your why. Why does this matter to you? What do you hope will shift? I will track my progress by. How will you track? Journal? App? Spreadsheet? My accountability partner is. If you have one. If not, that's okay too. I'm starting on. Date. My 30 days will be complete on. Date. Signature. Underscore 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 underscore. Sign it.
Take a photo of it.
Put it somewhere you'll see it every day. This is your contract with yourself. Not because I need you to prove anything, but because you deserve to prove to yourself that you can show up for you, that you can choose yourself, that you can change your frequency, that you can build a business from soft power instead of force. You can do this. I believe in you. Now, let's talk about what happens when the inevitable challenges arise, because they will. Chapter 10, when the spiral starts again, because it will. Let's be honest. You're going to have bad days. Sales will drop. A client will leave. You'll get triggered. You'll panic. And all the practices you've learned, they're going to feel very far away. This is normal. This is human. This doesn't mean you've failed. Let me show you how to navigate it. The myth of healed. First, I need to bust a myth that's probably floating around in your head. You might be thinking, once I do this 30-day practice, once I learn to manage my frequency, I'll be done. I'll be healed. I won't struggle anymore. I wish that were true, but it's not. Here's the reality. You don't graduate from being human. As long as you're alive, as long as you're running a business, as long as you're putting yourself out there, you're going to have moments of fear, of doubt, of contraction. The goal isn't to never feel those things. The goal is to have a relationship with them, to know what to do when they show up. Think of it like this. You're not trying to eliminate winter. You're learning how to dress warmly when it comes. You're not trying to eliminate storms. You're learning how to find shelter and wait them out. The spiral will come again. Maybe not today, maybe not next week, but it will come. And when it does, you'll be ready. The signs you're slipping. Let's talk about how to recognize when you're starting to slip before you're all the way back at the bottom. Because that's the key. Catching it early. Here are the early warning signs I watch for in myself. Physical signs. Sleep gets disrupted, trouble falling asleep or waking up anxious. Jaw clenching or teeth grinding returns. Shoulders creeping up toward ears. Forgetting to eat or eating mindlessly. Getting sick more easily. Stress tanks your immune system. Mental signs. Thoughts start looping again. More time spent in what-if scenarios. Difficulty making even small decisions. Increased self-criticism. More time comparing yourself to others. Behavioral signs. Skipping your morning practice. This is always the first domino. Checking email/bank account/stats compulsively. Working more, but accomplishing less. Withdrawing from friends or support. Saying yes to things you don't want to do out of fear. Energetic signs. Feeling heavy or contracted. Sensing yourself pushing or forcing. Operating from should instead of want. Difficulty feeling joy about your work. That subtle sense of dread when you think about your business. The moment you notice any of these signs, that's your cue. Don't wait until you're in full panic mode. Catch it here. Your emergency frequency protocol. When you catch yourself slipping, here's exactly what to do. I call this the emergency frequency protocol, and it's designed to stabilize you quickly when you don't have time for a full practice. Step 1. Stop everything literally. Whatever you're doing, stop. Close your laptop. Put down your phone. Step away from your desk. This might feel impossible. Your brain will scream that you don't have time, that you need to keep pushing. Ignore that voice. It's the voice of the spiral. Stop. Now. Step 2. Name the feeling. Put your hand on your heart and say out loud, I'm scared/anxious/overwhelmed/panicking. This is what I'm feeling right now. Just name it. Don't judge it. Don't try to change it yet. The act of naming creates distance. You're not just the feeling, you're someone observing the feeling. Step 3. Ground in your body. Do the 4-6-8 breath. 3 full cycles. Inhale 4, hold 6, exhale 8. Feel your feet on the floor. Feel your sit bones on the chair. Feel your body taking up space. You're here. You're physical. You're safe in this moment. Step 4. Find one true thing. Now ask yourself, what's one thing that's actually true right now? Not what might happen. Not what you're afraid will happen. What's actually genuinely true in this moment? Usually the true thing is something like, right now, in this moment, I'm okay. I've been through hard things before and survived. I have people who care about me. My body is working. My heart is beating. I'm alive. Find something that's undeniably true and let yourself feel it. Step 5. Choose the next right action. From this slightly more grounded place, ask, what's the next right thing to do? Not everything. Not the whole problem. Just the next single step. Maybe it's take a walk. Maybe it's text a friend. Maybe it's do your morning energy ritual even though it's 3 p.m. Maybe it's go to bed early and start fresh tomorrow. You don't need to solve everything right now. You just need to take one small step in the direction of care. When a big crisis hits, the emergency protocol works for everyday spirals, the small dips and wobbles that happen regularly. But what about when something really big happens? When a major client leaves? When your revenue drops significantly? When you get hit with an unexpected expense? When you face a genuine crisis? Here's what I want you to remember. You're allowed to feel the full weight of it. Frequency work is not about bypassing your real, valid feelings. It's not about pretending everything is fine when it's not. If something genuinely difficult happens, you're allowed to be scared,
Be sad.
be angry,
Grieve.
feel all of it. The practices I've taught you aren't meant to numb you or bypass you. They're meant to help you be with the difficult feelings without getting completely swept away by them. So here's what I do when a real crisis hits. Phase 1. Feel it 1 to 3 days. Give yourself permission to feel whatever is coming up.
Cry.
Vent to a friend. Write angry journal entries.
Take baths.
Watch comfort TV. Do whatever you need to do to process. But, and this is important, keep doing your basic grounding practices. Even if you can't do the full morning energy ritual, do the 4-6-8 breath. Even if you can't find gratitude, just place your hand on your heart and breathe. Don't abandon yourself completely. Stay tethered, even if it's by a thin thread. Phase 2. Stabilize, days 4 to 7. After the initial wave of emotion, your job is to stabilize. This is where you come back to the basics. Ground yourself multiple times a day. Get outside. Move your body, even just walking. Eat nourishing food. Sleep as much as you can. I'll limit your exposure to triggering content, social media, news, etc. You're not trying to fix anything yet. You're just trying to get your nervous system back to baseline. Phase 3. Recalibrate, week 2+. Once you're stabilized, you can start to recalibrate. This is where you ask, what's actually true about this situation? What's within my control? What's the next small step I can take? What support do I need? What can I learn from this? From this more grounded place, you can start to take action. Not reactive action born from panic, but intentional action born from clarity. The comparison spiral. Let's talk about a specific type of spiral that's especially common for entrepreneurs. The comparison spiral. You're scrolling social media. Someone in your field posts about a huge win, a big client, a sold-out launch, or revenue milestone. And instantly you feel it. That sinking feeling in your stomach, that tightness in your chest. Your brain immediately starts. Why can't I do that? What's wrong with me? I'm so behind. I'll never be as successful as them. And just like that, you've dropped several levels on the emotional guidance scale. Here's what to do. Step 1. Close the app.
Seriously. Close it. Right now.
The fastest way to stop a comparison spiral is to remove the trigger. Step 2. Name the feeling. I'm feeling triggered by comparison. That's what's happening. Step 3. Feel where it lives. Where in your body do you feel the comparison?
Chest?
Stomach? Throat? Place your hand there. Breathe into it. Step 4. Separate the story from the truth. The story is, they're better than me. I'm failing. The truth is, they're on their journey. I'm on mine. Their success doesn't diminish mine. There's enough for everyone. Step 5. Come back to your own wins. Open your journal or your notes app. Look at your own wins from this week, from this month, from this year. Look at how far you've actually come. This is your path, not theirs. Step 6. Send them energy. This is advanced, but it works. Genuinely wish them well. Send them a mental congratulations. Not from a fake place, from a real place of, their success proves that success is possible. There's enough for all of us. When you can do this, when you can genuinely celebrate someone else's win, you're operating from abundance. And that frequency is magnetic. When you want to quit, there will be a moment, probably multiple moments, when you'll want to quit. Not just quit the practices. Quit the business.
Quit trying.
Quit everything. When that moment comes, I want you to do this. Don't make any big decisions for 48 hours. When you're in a low frequency, your perspective is skewed. Everything looks worse than it is. Your brain is literally filtering for threats and problems. So give yourself 48 hours.
Do your grounding practices.
Get some sleep. Talk to someone you trust. And then, after 48 hours, check in again. Do I still want to quit? Sometimes the answer will be yes. And that's okay. Sometimes quitting is the right choice. But more often, after 48 hours of tending to your frequency, you'll realize you don't actually want to quit. You're just tired. You're just scared. You just need support. And those are solvable problems. The maintenance practice. Once you've completed your initial 30 days, you might be wondering, do I have to keep doing all of this forever? The answer is, you keep doing what serves you. For me, my maintenance practice looks like this. Daily non-negotiables, 15 minutes. Morning energy ritual, some version of it. 3 wins at end of day. Weekly, 30 minutes. Weekly check-in. As needed. Emergency protocol when I'm slipping. Extra grounding when I'm in a challenging season. Positive energy transmission when I'm feeling contracted. Some weeks I do more. Some weeks I do less. But I never skip the basics. Because I've learned, the practices aren't separate from my business success. They're the foundation of it. When I'm consistent, everything flows. When I skip them, I can feel the difference within days. So I keep showing up. Not because I'm perfect, but because I know what works. The long game. Here's what I want you to understand about this work. This is a practice, not a destination. You're not trying to reach some perfect state where you never struggle. You're learning to be with yourself, in all your states, with compassion and skill. You're learning to notice when you're slipping and catch yourself before you fall. You're learning to come back to center, again and again and again. That's the practice. And over time, you get better at it. The spirals get shorter. The recovery gets faster. The baseline gets higher. But you never stop practicing. Because being human means feeling things. And running a business means facing uncertainty. The goal isn't to eliminate those experiences. The goal is to move through them with grace. Practice your when things get hard plan. Right now, while things are relatively calm, I want you to create a plan for when things get hard. Write this down. My emergency plan. When I notice I'm starting to spiral, I will 1. Underscore 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 2. Underscore 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 3. Underscore 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 underscore. The early warning signs I'll watch for. Underscore 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 people I can reach out to for support. 1. Underscore 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 2. Underscore 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 practices that ground me fastest. Underscore 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 things that always make me feel worse and that I'll avoid when I'm struggling. Underscore 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 my reminder to myself when I want to quit. Underscore 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 underscore. Keep this somewhere accessible.
Take a photo of it.
Put it in your phone. Because when the spiral comes, and it will come, you won't be able to think clearly enough to figure out what to do. Having this plan written down means you don't have to figure it out in the moment. You just follow the plan. You're going to be okay. Here's what I know for sure. You're going to be okay. Not because nothing bad will happen, but because you're building the skills to navigate whatever comes. You're learning to see the spiral before it takes over. You're learning to ground yourself when you're shaken. You're learning to come back to center again and again. And that's everything. That's resilience. That's soft power. That's sustainable success. Not the kind that depends on everything going perfectly, but the kind that holds steady even when things don't. You've got this. And in the next chapter, I'm going to show you what it looks like to build your entire business from this foundation, not just as a practice you do on the side, but as the way you operate. Let's talk about the future of business. Chapter 11: Soft Power Business, a New Way Forward. What if the future of business isn't about doing more, but about being more? What if success doesn't require hustle, but presence? What if the most powerful thing you can do for your business is simply become more yourself? This is soft power business, and it's the way forward. The old paradigm. Let's name what we're leaving behind. The old paradigm of business, the one most of us were taught, looks like this. More is better. More clients. More products. More content, more hustle. Success requires sacrifice. Your health, your relationships, your peace of mind. If you're not exhausted, you're not working hard enough. Competition is survival. There's not enough to go around. If someone else wins, it means you're losing.
Protect your territory.
Don't share your secrets. Value comes from output. You're only as valuable as what you produce. Rest is lazy. Slowness is failure. Prove your worth through endless doing. Control everything or lose everything. Plan every detail. Anticipate every problem. Never let your guard down. Trust no one, including yourself. This paradigm has created a lot of successful people who are miserable, burnt out, depleted, disconnected from why they started in the first place. And increasingly, people are looking at that version of success and saying, I don't want that. Not because they don't want to succeed, but because they want success that actually feels good. The new paradigm. Now, let me show you what's possible. The new paradigm, the soft power way, looks completely different. Enough is plenty. You don't need more clients than you can serve well. You don't need to be everywhere. You need to be present where you are. Success requires alignment. When you're in alignment with yourself, your values, your energy, work flows. When you're out of alignment, no amount of hustle will work. Collaboration creates abundance. When we lift each other up, we all rise. Your success doesn't diminish mine. There's more than enough for everyone. Value comes from presence. You're valuable because of who you are, not just what you do. Your impact comes from the quality of your attention, the depth of your care, the authenticity of your presence. Trust the process. You can't control everything, and you don't need to. When you release the need for control and trust that you're being guided, better things happen than you could have planned. This isn't just a nicer way of doing business. It's a more effective way. Because when you operate from this paradigm, you make better decisions because you're not operating from fear. Attract better clients because you're not operating from desperation. Create better work because you're not depleted. Build sustainable success because you're not sacrificing yourself to get there. What soft power business looks like in practice? Let me get specific about what this actually looks like day to day. Marketing from soft power. Old way. Post constantly. Be everywhere. Chase algorithms. Convince people they need you. New way. Show up consistently in the places where your people are. Share what's true and valuable. Trust that the right people will find you. Sales from soft power. Old way. Push. Convince. Overcome objections. Close the deal at all costs. New way. Have genuine conversations. Listen deeply. Invite people into something that serves them. Be genuinely okay if they say no. Client relationships from soft power. Old way. The customer is always right. Bend over backward. Say yes to everything. Hide your boundaries. New way. Show up fully. Hold clear boundaries. Serve from fullness, not depletion. Trust that the right clients will respect and appreciate you. Pricing from soft power. Old way. Undercharge because you're afraid no one will pay more. Or overcharge to prove your value. New way. Charge what feels aligned. What honors the value you provide and the life you want to create. What allows you to serve from overflow, not desperation. Growth from soft power. Old way. Scale at all costs. More, bigger, faster. Prove your success through size. New way. Grow at a pace that feels sustainable. Build something that serves your life, not something that consumes it. Competition from soft power. Old way. Guard your secrets. See others as threats. Celebrate when competitors fail. New way. Collaborate. Share freely. Celebrate others' wins. Recognize that we're all creating something bigger together. See the difference? One way is built on force. The other is built on flow. One exhausts you. The other sustains you. One repels. The other attracts. The feminine business model. I want to introduce you to a concept that's been transformative for me and my clients. The feminine business model. Note, this has nothing to do with gender. Men can operate from feminine energy, and women can operate from masculine energy. This is about energetic principles, not gender roles. Here's what I mean. Masculine energy is about
doing,
achieving, a linear progress, strategy and planning, external results, force and action. Feminine energy is about
being,
receiving, cyclical flow, intuition and trust, internal alignment, attraction and allowing. Most business advice is 100% masculine energy.
do this,
Take action. Have a plan. Execute. Produce. Achieve. And that's not wrong. Masculine energy has its place. But if that's all you're operating from, you burn out. Because masculine energy without feminine energy is exhausting. The soft power way is about integrating both. You take action, but from a place of alignment, not force. You have strategies, but you also trust your intuition. You work toward goals, but you also allow things to unfold. You do, but you also be. This integration is what creates sustainable success. Building your business on frequency, not force. Let me show you what it looks like to build your entire business from frequency instead of force. Step 1. Start with your internal state. Before you plan your marketing strategy, before you create your offer, before you do anything external, get clear on your internal state.
ask,
What frequency do I want to operate from? What does success feel like in my body? What version of myself am I being called to embody? This becomes your North Star. Every decision you make, every action you take, you check it against that frequency. Does this align with who I'm becoming? Does this feel like expansion or contraction? Does this serve the highest good? Step 2. Build systems that support your frequency. Then you create systems and structures that support you in maintaining that frequency. This might look like client boundaries that protect your energy, a schedule that includes rest and spaciousness, pricing that allows you to work from overflow, not scarcity, offerings that genuinely light you up, a team or support system that has your back. You're not building a business that requires you to sacrifice yourself. You're building a business that supports you in being your best self. Step 3. Trust attraction over promotion. Then you shift from promoting to attracting. You show up.
you share,
You serve. But you're not chasing or convincing. You trust that when you're operating from the right frequency, when you're genuinely aligned and resourced, the right people will find you. Not everyone, just the right ones. Step 4. Operate from sufficiency. You make decisions from a place of, I have enough, instead of, I need more. This doesn't mean you don't have goals or that you're not growing. It means you're not operating from desperation, from lack, from fear that you won't have enough. You trust that you're supported, that there's enough, that you're going to be okay. And from that trust, you make better decisions, attract better opportunities, and create better results. The ripple effect of your choice. Here's something I think about a lot. When you choose to build your business from soft power, you're not just changing your own life. You're changing the lives of your clients, your team, your community. Because when you operate from presence instead of pressure, your clients feel safe with you. When you operate from abundance instead of scarcity, your clients learn that there's enough for them too. When you operate from trust instead of control, your clients learn to trust themselves. You're not just building a business. You're modeling a different way of being in the world. And that ripples out in ways you can't even track. The client who works with you and then treats their own clients with more respect. The team member who learns from you and carries that energy into their next role. The The person who sees how you show up and thinks, "Oh, I could do it that way too." This is how we change business culture, not through big dramatic pronouncements, but through each person choosing one moment at a time to operate from something different, to lead with presence instead of pressure, to build from alignment instead of force, to trust soft power instead of defaulting to hard. Your invitation. So, here's my invitation to you. Not just for the next 30 days. Not just for this season of your business. For the rest of your life. Choose soft power. When you're scared, choose to ground yourself instead of spiraling. When you're depleted, choose to fill your cup instead of pushing through. When you're contracted, choose to expand instead of closing off. When you're comparing, choose to celebrate instead of competing. When you're grasping, choose to radiate instead of taking. These choices, made over and over, moment by moment, are what create a soft power business and a soft power life. Because here's what I know for sure. You don't need to hustle harder. You need to align deeper. The sales will follow. The success will follow. The life you actually want will follow, not because you forced it, but because you finally became it. The question that changes everything. I want to leave you with one question. It's the question I ask myself every single day, and it keeps me aligned with soft power even when I'm tempted to slip back into force. Here it is. What would this look like if it were easy? Not, how do I make this happen through sheer force of will? But what would this look like if it were easy? If it flowed? If it felt good? If I didn't have to sacrifice myself to get there? Try asking yourself that question about whatever you're currently struggling with in your business. What would it look like if it were easy? The answer that comes might surprise you. Because often the easy way, the soft power way, is the one we overlook because we've been taught that struggle equals worthiness. But what if it doesn't? What if ease is the sign that you're in alignment? What if flow is how you know you're on the right path? What if the best version of your business is the one where you get to be fully, authentically, unapologetically yourself? And that's enough. Not just enough. More than enough. That's soft power. And it's already yours. You don't have to become it. You just have to remember it. Practice your soft power vision. Let's end with one final practice. Get out your journal. Find a quiet space and answer these questions. 1. If I built my business entirely from soft power, what would be different? How would I show up? How would I make decisions? What would I say yes to? What would I say no to? 2. What does my version of success actually look like? Not what Instagram says success looks like. Not what your parents think success looks like. What does your version look like? 3. What frequency do I want to be known for? When people interact with me, when they work with me, when they think of me, what do I want them to feel? 4. What's one thing I can do this week to align more fully with soft power? One small thing. One choice. One shift. 5. What would I tell my future self, the one who's built the business of my dreams, about this moment right now? What would she want me to know? Write whatever comes. Don't edit. Don't judge. Just let it flow. This is your vision. This is your North Star. This is what you're building toward. Not someday.
Starting now.
The frequency is already yours. Here's the last thing I want you to know. You don't need to create the frequency of fortune. It's already inside you. You've just been covering it up with fear and striving and the belief that you have to be someone other than who you are to deserve success. But you don't. You already have everything you need. The groundedness, the presence, the magnetic energy, the soft power. It's been there all along. This work, these practices, these 30 days, these chapters, they're not about becoming someone new. They're about removing the layers that have been hiding who you actually are. And when those layers fall away, when you finally come home to yourself, that's when everything changes. Not because you manifested it, not because you hustled for it, but because you finally allowed yourself to receive it. You are ready. You have always been ready. And your business is waiting for you to remember that. So take a breath. Place your hand on your heart and feel it, the softness, the power, the quiet strength that's been there all along. That's your frequency. And it's already changing everything. Welcome home. Conclusion: the frequency is already yours. We've come to the end of our time together. But really, this is just the beginning. Because everything I've shared with you, all the practices, all the principles, all the invitations, they only come alive when you actually use them. When you close this book and sit down with your hand on your heart and ask yourself, how am I feeling right now? When you catch yourself spiraling and choose to ground instead. When you fill your own cup before trying to pour into your business. When you radiate positive energy and watch your clients respond. When you celebrate your wins instead of dismissing them. That's when the transformation happens. Not in the reading, in the doing. So, here's my final invitation. Start today. Don't wait until Monday. Don't wait until you have more time. Don't wait until things are perfect. Start now. With one breath, one moment, one small choice toward presence instead of panic. You have everything you need. The practices are here. The roadmap is clear. The soft power is already inside you. All that's left is to begin. And when you do, when you commit to showing up for yourself, to tending your frequency, to building your business from the inside out, I promise you this. Your business will reflect it back to you. Not overnight. Not in some magical instant transformation. But steadily. Undeniably. One aligned action at a time. Because your business isn't separate from you. It's an extension of you. A mirror of you, an expression of who you're becoming. And when you become someone who's grounded, resourced, and radiating abundance, the world has no choice but to meet you there. So here we are, at the end of this book, at the beginning of your new chapter. I'm honored to have walked this far with you. Now it's your turn to walk yourself home, to soft power, to presence. To the business and the life that's been waiting for you all along. You've got this. I believe in you. Now go show yourself what you're capable of. With love and belief in your magic, Lila.